and then the water is like the dry vermouth. That's why it's like that's why it's an electrolyte martini.
Gabriel said, we'll all get together and I'll shake up the electrolyte.
What do you think that looks like, JP?
He's just out here shaking. He's
a lefty.
He's Tom Cruise.
He's a lefty, so it's one of these.
Oh, what a lame.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We got 5 piping hot hours of sports talk coming your way today. Oh, yes, we got that open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, you guys can watch the entire show live on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to hit like, ring that bell, as the kids say. Mac told me to say it. He's a kid. That's what I'm saying. Jake also doing the producing for us today. We got Matt Corrali, the Big Cheese, giving you the breaking news on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you today?
You have no idea how after our electrolyte martini conversation, how many people, including my cabin boys, followed the thread. They went back to Ashley Bastock, her story about electrolyte Tuesdays and electrolyte martinis. And to a man, or rather to a person, because it wasn't just men, to a person, everyone was like, I think we got to be out on these guys.
I mean, it's a pretty damning story, is it not?
Yes.
It's not great.
Yeah.
And it's not like, I don't know, you guys know this, no one's really ever confused me for being the most manly human in the world. I show traits every now and again, but no one's ever confused me
like
of that.
A single trait?
Every now and again. I like to pretend. We like to cosplay.
Like an appendage.
Hey, listen, in Chicago, I'm manly. That's the difference here. In Chicago, I'm manly. You come to a place like Ohio, and all of a sudden, I'm just like, I don't even get a shred of anything.
So you're Butch in Chicago?
I'm Mal Borman
and then
in
you're
Chicago.
Zesty in Ohio.
As far as Chicago's concerned, I'm like, whoa, this guy, he goes to the Lowe's consistently? He's a gold member at Lowe's? He might as well be out.
Do they call you sir because they're afraid you're going to punch him out?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's amazing the divide here.
Look at this cowboy Peterlin we got going.
The big differences that just exist, and meanwhile, I work with someone like yourself that is just you're a country guy. Mm-hmm. It's way different. They would look at you and be like you're basically the alien we described in the opening.
That's true.
They've never seen anyone like you.
But in Chicago, they don't punch you in the face. If you're an alien, they just shoot you in the face, or they deport you.
Well, either or.
Yeah.
And so the point being, you know what? I don't even have a
kind
point.
of aliens, by the way.
So when we look at, when even I'm like, hey, that seems incredibly lame from a drinking standpoint, or just an anything standpoint, then we got to be out on these guys.
So it's not even about the fact you do it; it's the fact you tell everybody about it. I think that's
I think that's where they're missing the Ohio part of this. Okay, I think that's where they Dylan Gabriel didn't understand. That's not really what we do here in Ohio, and I get it.
Also, football guys, do they really have electrolyte martinis? Like, do you think Jim Harbaugh is the one that turned Mason Graham onto this? Do you think he was like, hey, after we get through?
No, I mean this came from somebody else. Clearly,
it had to be. Would it make everybody feel better if it was Dylan?
It would make me feel a lot better.
Because if it's Mason Graham,
what makes
he's
more
never
sense?
going to be great.
What makes more sense to you? And Mason Graham is a California kid. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
That sounds about right.
I think he's a California kid. And so, but what makes more sense? Mason Graham being the one with Electrolyte Tuesdays, or the kid from Hawaii with Electrolyte Tuesdays?
Well, either of them, if it was like Kush Tuesday would make sense, given where they're from.
Yeah.
But maybe the kid from Hawaii? I don't know.
Sure, the kid from Hawaii.
I don't know. It could be either. Now I'm really doubting
For sure. Well, the California side of things really throws you off, because it's like, what part of California are you from? I think he's from like close to Anaheim, so that could always be something different too. You want to talk about not being manly? You got Rodeo Drive in your blood. You're not really the most manly.
He's from
human.
Orange County.
I do
like that's not manly at all. That is
man,
welcome
between
to the OC. Are you kidding me?
You guys want some electrolytes?
No wonder why he's doing that's commonplace at the OC.
We're going to get some broccoli on our pizza. You want some electrolytes? Then we're going to go crush some heads on the football field.
What are we doing?
No?
We just need to get guys that are from Michigan and Ohio and all these
and Texas.
all these type of places.
And
Texas, of course,
because
too.
Texans make Ohioans
Another place where I lived, and they're like, "Oh, so you think you're somewhat manly?" And it's like, "Yeah, I've kind of been told that, like my wife." But then I go to a place that's actually manly, and I'm just not at all.
That's true.
I'm just not at all.
So apparently, neither are the Browns, and that's why they're 2-8.
But I'm manly enough to know that Electrolyte Tuesdays is not it.
It's not great.
Never will be it.
It's not great.
And we need to laugh at him and mock at him appropriately.
And just for everybody out there, you can strike down toxic masculinity with every opportunity you get and still think Electrolyte Tuesday's just not it.
Yeah.
Let's just not do that. Now, interesting conversation that has started to sprout up as we get you ready for Shedeur Sanders' first start on Sunday against the Raiders. And it should note, we'll get to the Alex Wright stuff as well. Call me crazy, but it's not the biggest news in the world, and I don't think we should put all things into it, but we'll get to that as well. But I do think the narrative that is starting to, or narratives rather, that is starting to take place is whether the Browns are going to let Shedeur be Shedeur on Sunday.
Yeah, so I'm at a little bit of a crossroads in this one because, like, the part of Shedeur that he wants to display is a part of Shedeur that I think a lot of fans would just have him not display. What I mean by that is, I think when he runs backwards, for instance, there are plays where he escapes out of it. We just tend to ignore those because they're offset by the times that he gets sacked for 14 yards. I think Shedeur looks at that part of his game as a feature and not a bug. Mm-hmm. And I think the difference here is that I think fans would just be a lot easier if he just kind of, threw the ball into the bleachers, and instead of taking a sack or even trying to risk and go for the big play, he just took it a little bit easier. I just don't know that he knows how to play football that way, or wants to play football that way.
Yeah, I think it's and by the way, I'm gonna divide this further. I think the fans would love to see the big Shedeur plays. If the the Fannin pass happens multiple times a quarter, I'll take him turning his back to the defense in a disastrous sack once a quarter too.
Yeah, with the understanding that, hey, down the road we'll get that cleaned up.
Yeah,
we can't do it right now, but down the road we will.
But I think the problem is I don't know that's how Kevin Stefanski feels. I think Kevin bought in so hard to, turnovers were really the only reason we went 3-14. Quarterback play was really the only reason we went 3-14, which again is not. It's not really true, but it's something that he, I think, just leaned into rather than deal with why that team failed as much as they did. And so I think fans in Shedeur want shizzle, right? And I think Kevin Stefanski would be as over the moon as you possibly could be if on Sunday, after that game went down, Shedeur just did his best Dylan Gabriel impression.
Yeah, I don't think he has that in him, though, is the difference here.
Kevin or Shedeur?
No, Shedeur, that is. I think, and you saw that. I think you saw that in the half of football that he got to play. I think his brain instinctively goes for the let's be legendary moments. And I like this side of Shedeur, by the way. And also, I would tell him, I once had somebody in radio that I respect and I like a lot.
Thank you.
It was not you, but either way.
Okay.
I respect and like you, but it's, it wasn't you. Not with this piece of advice.
Erase your phrase?
No, but the thing that they said and they stressed was that a lot of times you get the job and then you start acting a little bit different. You start acting like not yourself. And you got to do what got you the job to begin with. That's the reason why you got the job, is for whatever you displayed in that beginning setting. He's like, I watched so many people on radio, they get the job and then they try to become something different or they act something different and it blows up on them. Do what got you the job. And when it comes to Shedeur, I would tell him, go back to what you did at Colorado. Go back to what you did at Jackson State. Go back to what you've done your entire life. Do what got you to the spot where you are right now. And that's going to be way better than trying to conform to what Kevin Stefanski wants or whatever version of Dylan Gabriel we're suggesting that Stefanski would turn him into.
Yeah, I think the problem is we know how Stefanski likes to operate. I think the cardinal sin of Stefanski is you didn't do exactly what I said. I think that was part of the rub with Baker between the two of them.
I think he's already expected that that's going to happen with Shedeur anyway. If you score touchdowns and you have this offense looking like it's actually got a pulse, then I think Stefanski will turn around real quick.
All right, so I think we might finally get to a point where, yeah, we love our process, but I'll take some results right now. I think that's the most fascinating push and pull of this, has Stefanski gotten so desperate with just how bad the offense has looked, and understanding that if 2-8 leads to 3-14, it's really hard to come back as a head coach after 6 wins in 2 seasons in 34 games. That is an element of what they're going to allow. Now, Tommy Rees, Brown's offensive coordinator, and then that's Tommy Rees, Brown's offensive coordinator. He spoke today on finding the balance between going on and off script.
With all quarterbacks, you try to find that right blend, right? I don't think you can play this game completely by the book, and I don't think you can play this game completely like a cowboy, right? You got to have the blend of both, and that's something we try to instill in our guys. And I would say Shedeur has some ability to play within the framework of the offense, just like Dylan has some ability to play free and create plays.
I really think, after watching what they did with Joe Flacco the first 4 weeks of this season, I think we need to go in and understand that they think their job. I would be really surprised if Kevin didn't think his job this week in practice was to rein in Shedeur Sanders. And by the way, I don't think it's going to be good for Shedeur or the Browns, but I think that's 100% how Kevin Stefanski came into this week thinking, how do I reach this kid?
Some birds aren't meant to be caged, Nick. That's how I feel about Shedeur. And so I feel like if you're gonna go ahead and try to cage him, it's not gonna end well for you. It's gonna end like what happened when you try to do it to Flacco, when you try to do it to Dylan Gabriel. It's not gonna go well for you.
I just like that. That's like a very sage advice, but we're talking about a 5th-round rookie who
it applies just the same.
Like Kevin, it applies just the same. If you love Shedeur and you let him go and he comes back to you, that's real love.
I don't know what you have to lose.
If you let Shedeur go and he doesn't come back, well, there's your answer.
Hey, listen, Kevin, I don't know what you have to lose. You got everyone in the media now on your side being like, "Oh, Kevin told us all it's a red shirt season." To hell he did. He just told you this last week. I'm so infuriated by that. At some point, I'm just going to lose my mind on that discussion.
Could it be now?
All right now. So here's the thing. So everyone's been reporting now all week long that apparently he had some sort of Stefanski's been going around and saying red shirt season for Shedeur. That's been the plan the entire time. If that's been the plan the entire time, why is it we're just now hearing about that being the plan? If that existed the entire time, we would have heard about it before this last week, would we not have? It's a bonkers to me. Just because he tells it to you or it gets through to you at some point this week that it was some sort of red shirt season doesn't mean that it's automatically been the case the entire time. Stefanski could, in fact, be making this up as he goes and saying things. Also very convenient to say it's a red shirt season. Meanwhile, he's been the backup quarterback since October 7th. Like, what in the hell are we doing?
So what you're telling me is that the organization that is routinely misled, withheld, just overall not been very truthful with their fans in the media. You're saying they could create a narrative after something's gone down that actually doesn't align with reality?
Yeah, and we're watching it as people are now rewriting the whole entire thing, being like, well, he's been this whole way. Everyone's known it's a red shirt season. No, we haven't. That has not been what anyone has been saying the entire time.
All right.
Stop that. He's been a backup quarterback for almost a month and a half now. You can't rewrite history this way. Oh, it makes me so mad.
Oh, man. We don't talk about rewriting history. We don't want to.
The rewriting of history.
We don't want to get into revisionist history, throwing that around.
And people are going to recount this. I get mad because I like to think of myself as like what really happened in the moment. And then 5 years from now when we discuss this type of thing, I'll be arguing with somebody and they'll be telling me, oh, no, it was always a red shirt season. That's what this was always going to be. No, we just heard about this 3 days ago that it's a red shirt season, and we're supposed to act like that's common knowledge the entire time? No. Just because they tell it to you now doesn't mean that it was always true and was always how they were thinking about it. That's insane.
I don't understand how after 6 years with these guys, we don't understand the difference between what they say and reality.
I feel like you and I both.
I feel like you and I both have gone on different tangents this year to be like, guys, just because they say it doesn't mean it's true. And it is wild. And I think a lot of this, by the way, I think we're so conditioned. For a long time, we just knew, well, whatever they say is probably hogwash. Because they've been here 6 years, I do think that there's been a level of trust embedded for the casual fan that I think we've almost forgotten of, like, hey, that organization really hasn't earned that benefit of the doubt when they say things.
Not in the slightest a bit. So I don't know. I'm a little angry about that. And
I couldn't tell.
I'm a little angry about the idea that it seems like now the idea that even that they're going to try to even cage Shedeur in some sort of way or limit what he's even going to try to do gets me all hot and bothered. I
need you to accept this.
They're going to do it. I think he beats to his own drum. I just think he's so comfortable with who he is.
He won't start again for the Cleveland Browns.
I think somebody like Dylan Gabriel, I think you can say, go out and do my bidding. If you don't do my bidding, then we'll just throw you away like days old Chinese food. I think Shedeur, goes to his own speed.
Yeah, I love you, buddy, but
I think he's just going to do it.
I think Shedeur has to prove he can fit in before he fits out. I think it's dumb. I wouldn't do it, but I think that's how Kevin Stefanski operates.
I think he's got one game. I think if he throws multiple touchdown passes and looks like the Shedeur we've always known, but also throws touchdowns and everything in between, I think he's going to look at Stefanski afterwards and be like, if you're not happy with that, you'd rather throw check down Charlie out there, then go ahead. You do that if you want to do that, but look at what just happened.
The only way it doesn't matter if Shedeur goes full Shedeur is if he has like a 4-touchdown performance and they win by 2 tutties. If it's subjective in any way, if the Shahaders can say he stunk and the supporters can say he was great, if that's the takeaway on Monday and Shedeur went full Shedeur, he's not seeing the field again.
I think if Flacco, there was one play where he tried to basically go back to the old Flacco, and it was an interception that Ross Tucker was week 2. Ross Tucker described as like one of the more embarrassing interceptions he's ever seen. And I think that then was like, Flacco's like, all right, I guess I got to play your game. I guess I got to do it the way you want to do it. I tried. And I think if Flacco would have gotten away with it in that moment, that would have been a big-time play. We might have seen a different Flacco for the remaining part of the season.
216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Emery Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan. We'll talk Shedeur Sanders' first NFL start at 3. The quarterback Deadpool, which mine's pretty much just dead. Coming up at 3:40, we've got Pete Futek, college football news at 4 today, and we've got Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Coming up at 6:30 today with his picks for the week. So much to get into on today's show, but 216-474-0092. Will the Browns let Shedeur be Shedeur on Sunday? And maybe the opposite can be true. Maybe the Browns don't want Shedeur to be legendary after all. We have one analyst that thinks so. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at
5-star reviews on Google, and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think it's going to go well in some spots, and I think there will be some mistakes. My whole thing with Shedeur for this Sunday is that I think he's going to have to play within himself and not try to be legendary in this game, not try to do too much and prove to the world that he should have been taken in the first round or that he should be the Browns starting quarterback for the next 100 years. He's got to try to just manage the game to the best of his ability and not try to go nuts out there, because that's when he's going to run into problems. That's when he's going to press. That's when he's going to retreat and revert to some bad behaviors.
Mary Kay Cabot earlier today on this very station talking about Shedeur trying to not be legendary. Also should be noted, thank you to the Lake Erie Monsters, the Cleveland Monsters, excuse me, for our Barons hat. They're celebrating the legendary minor league hockey team. Of course, we had the Cleveland Barons as an NHL team for, I think, 2 full years back in the mid-'70s. We are styling and profiling in this, and let it be known to all the teams in town, we love free stuff.
We do like it. This is the encouragement to everybody else. If you send things, we will wear it.
And if you can see,
we will definitely wear it.
You can see, JP and I have 2 different size domes. Yeah. So if you're looking on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, not many hats fit this melon. It fits what I would say is a very normal-sized head and this gigantic dome. So we're feeling good.
I thought that was interesting. Mac made a comment about that. His first thought was, "Oh, will that even fit on your hat?" That was a Corrali. It was a little bit of a Corali mixed in there.
Full Corali.
Will that even fit on your hat?
Will that fit on that giant melon? What were you saying about me?
I think he was angling for the hat. Was the idea there, though? I think he was hoping you'd be like, "I tried it on and it doesn't fit," and then, maybe, just maybe, you'd be willing to give that one up.
It's either that or Mac also, I think, has a massive dome.
I do.
And so
it?
I think it was, it also might have been a little bit of like, man, if it fits on his dome, it can fit on anyone's dome kind of thing, which is totally fair.
Feel bad. I've been wanting to get Mac some sort of hat or something. We went to a shop one time, me and Mac was looking at the hats. He's like, "Oh, this one looks good," and my initial thought was, I'll get the hat for Mac. He does a good job around here. Let's get him something. And then I looked at the price of the hat, and I was like, not happening.
Yeah.
So I feel like indebted.
Was it like $25?
No, it was like $44 for a hat.
Oh,
I was geez, I like you about $25 hat worthy. Maybe not $44 hat worthy.
I get it.
Do you like yourself for $44?
No.
At least you're consistent.
That's why this hat is so good. This one free is the best price for me.
We like free and we like compliments. So just to all the teams in town, we like free, we like compliments. Now, I can understand what Mary Kay's trying to say. I think in the same way that I think the most predictable thing here is Kevin Stefanski's going to want Shedeur Sanders to be a game-managing quarterback, and Shedeur's going to want to be Shedeur. I think we're going to see that play out on the field, and you just hope that it's on the better side of it, meaning Shedeur can do enough to appease Stefanski while also being enough of himself. Here's the other most predictable thing. Shedeur's going to have a couple plays that don't make sense because he absolutely will feel the pressure. The entire NFL has talked crap about this kid for 11 months, and not just that, but he knows for a fact that there are well-connected dudes in this sport that have just basically run him down. And I guarantee you he doesn't even know the names of the guys. The industrial complex, it is the NFL.
Yeah.
Wants Shedeur to fail by and large.
And honestly enough, one of those teams that seem to be driving that bus
is the Browns?
No, the Raiders. The Raiders. Think about it. It's somebody, Tom Brady, they'd worked out together since he was 15 years old. It was always the thought process that he would end up being with the Raiders, and they were going to try to maneuver their way to get Shedeur. And Deion at one point had made a big push, and he was potentially going to be the head coach of the Raiders. All these things, and they passed on him as if he was just garbage. garbage. Like, they let him out to dry for what is supposed to be like a family friend to the Sanders, and he's supposed to, and Brady and all these guys with the Raiders are supposed to have known Shedeur since he was knee high to a duck, and at one point in the months leading up to the draft, Brady had been like his personal quarterback, working with him and doing things. All these rumors that we'd heard about that relationship, and they just did nothing about it. So Shedeur is going to be itching to go ahead and make sure that they showcase, at least he can showcase what he can do in front of them.
So I think there's going to be a bare amount of this that has to be acceptable if you're the Browns. Like, you have to know some of that is coming. I think if you're Shedeur, it's can you limit it to moments where it makes sense, right? And think back to the Larvadain throw, because I think a fair criticism is he had Jerry Jeudy open in the flat for an easy first down.
Yeah.
Like, is there a moment where, hey, it's 3rd and long, 3rd and manageable, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, but there's an easy first down here. Don't risk it into the end zone. I think stuff like that. I think there's going to have to be a balance there.
I know, but it's really hard because then if he's already slow to get the ball out to begin with anyway, you want him thinking even more.
No, this is a great point. Keep going.
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Like I have a hard time with that. If the whole goal of this is to try to get him to play his game and to make sure that he can do what he can do, you're going to slow that processing down. You're going to have him thinking even more. You're going to have him thinking, am I doing what Stefanski wants me to do in this moment, or am I doing what I want to do in this moment?
It's impossible not to think back to Joe Flacco, a quarterback who, like 2 weeks after we saw the one version of Joe, went out and just went back to being Joe Flacco. It's impossible to not look at that and then go, well, are you going to give, and again, if you can reduce a fringe, I don't think he is, but a fringe Hall of Fame quarterback, Super Bowl winning quarterback, decade-long starting quarterback in the NFL, at the end of his career, with 20 years experience, if you can reduce him to you've slowed him down and you basically muted all the things that made him good, if you can do that to Joe Flacco, God help you with what you can do for a kid that, again, is still learning all the different nuances of being an NFL quarterback.
I'll be upset. If it looks like Dylan Gabriel, I'll be very upset because I just know that's not his game. At the heart of it, that's not his game to throw the ball 5 yards and then just hope that the offense sputters out behind it. Like, I bought the ticket. I want the ride, Nick. I want to see what Shedeur can do.
If I see elements where it's clear he's second-guessing himself, meaning, like I think you saw it with Joe. Joe would see a play down the field, and then you would see him just kind of go to check down.
Yep.
And every time we saw that to me was Kevin Stefanski being in his head, which that's not where, like, the whole genius of Jim Schwartz, I think, is that Jim Schwartz removes all the obstacles for these guys playing, slowing down, and basically says, I want you to play fast. That's not a pacing thing. That's about how each individual player feels free enough to play their actual game. And it's the one thing, at least the last year and a half, I've not seen Kevin Stefanski do.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a coincidence that guys overthinking it, guys getting in their own way, guys trying to act against type. I don't think it's a coincidence that the remaining guys we have on this roster that do it are on the offensive side of the ball.
I know, it's almost encouraging at the lack of time that Stefanski's been able to actually have with Shedeur in, like real practice reps, etc. It might actually go to his advantage here because he hasn't had a million hours of just being, what makes you great, what makes you special is now being coached out of you because I just don't want that for Shedeur. Now, I do think there are ways that Stefanski could help. Like if you want to take advantage of his elite accuracy and how you scheme guys open, or how you at least used to be able to scheme guys open, great, do that.
I think he's still scheming guys open. I just don't think Dylan Gabriel's throwing to them.
I agree with that. Like there's been a lot of different plays you can see where there are guys that are there, and so like that, like take advantage of some of those things. That's where I think you're going to start to see a difference because I really do think there are plays to be had that Dylan just wasn't making.
I hope that what we heard from Tommy Rees coming back in that first segment, where he said we're trying to balance the on and off script, right? We want to give him opportunities to do the things that he's really good with. And he said the same thing with Dylan, although it's the opposite problem. It's, hey, Dylan, actually go off script here because there's something available. But I want to believe that what Tommy Rees said was correct. That, hey, we're going to give a balance there. My problem is, again, going back to words versus action with the Cleveland Browns, I've only see them go in the wrong direction with quarterbacks and slow down quarterbacks, which in today's NFL, A slow quarterback is death.
I will be screaming at my television if the first quarter looks something like what we saw with Dylan Gabriel, because I just know that
you might be screaming at your television.
He's cosplaying then. That's not Shedeur Sanders. But I don't think Shedeur is going to fall for that. I really don't. I just don't think he has it in him, and maybe that's part of the reason why Dylan had the job first before Shedeur, is he knew that he wasn't going to be able to do that to Shedeur, and Shedeur would just oblige. That's just a harder thing. But I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if that happens that way.
Will the Browns let Shedeur be Shedeur on Sunday, and what does that mean? And again, I think I don't want to say hero ball, because I hate that. It's just off-script plays. But when that tendency to make those big plays happens, as long as they make sense, right? And by the way, actually, I can give Kevin Stefanski away to limit the opportunities of Shedeur going full Shedeur or trying to be legendary. Yeah, don't put him in a bunch of 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9s, 3rd and 10s the way you did in his debut this last weekend.
Well, and within that, we need to have a lot fewer penalties than we have.
Okay, but let's say we can't do that.
Okay, because
let's say that's not on the table.
It's just not on the table.
Yeah, let's say Cam Robinson's going to get at least 2 penalties on Sunday. The rest of the O-line at least a penalty.
I felt bad with him on how the first drive ended up stalling out. It was like you had enough for the first down. The 2 completions were enough for the first down. That was 13 yards. You just got backed up because of penalties. Then that stinks. That's a part of a bad football team that it doesn't matter who you are, you can't overcome.
Yeah, because literally none of the quarterbacks have overcome it this year. 216-474-0092. Will the Browns let Shedeur Sanders be Shedeur Sanders on Sunday, or do you think the right play is to try and turn him into some version of Dylan Gabriel? And Ohio State and NFL legend sends a very nice message to Shedeur Sanders in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
They'll take on the squad that eliminated them from the playoffs last season in the Pacers tomorrow as part of the NBA Cup. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we're talking about whether the Browns will let Shedeur Sanders be Shedeur Sanders. Hollywood Meach. I don't really know what that means, buddy. But saying, guys, Kevin is not calling the plays or the quarterback coach, so the narratives don't fit with Shedeur. He's getting Reese, a younger guy, closer to the college game than pros. It should be noted, Kevin Stefanski is still very involved in the offense. It should be noted that Kevin Stefanski, although he doesn't call every play, Kevin Stefanski will suggest things on the play call, and the idea that Kevin doesn't have a hand in scripting the offense, I will say I think is a little naive there for our guy.
Yeah, it's about as involved as you can be while not actually being the play caller.
Yeah, because he's not the defensive head coach, right? That's Jim Schwartz.
Yeah.
And again, that's not a criticism.
No.
It's just, and I know there's been a lot of reports that have made it, oh, well, Kevin's been more involved across everywhere. Yeah, because he doesn't want to take credit for this offense and how bad it is. But just because Kevin's not the play caller doesn't mean he's not heavily involved in the offense, and that he doesn't tell Tommy Reese how he wants things to go.
Yeah, no question. And in fact, I wonder if it's like a Sirianni type situation where in any given week it can vacillate between, is he helping out in a 20% category and a 70% category? Like I would bet that fluctuates pretty heavily on a week-to-week basis.
Now, we do have Emory Hunt coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk Shedeur Sanders. I remember him have very strong Shedeur pre-draft thoughts. So
That's a supporter right there.
That he is a supporter. And we'll talk with him about that. We'll talk with him about Shedeur's first start. Of course, we'll get into the quarterbacks in this next year's draft and all that, but let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, former Buckeye NFL legend and Bowling Green head coach Eddie George was on the Kay Adams Show and had a message for Shedeur Sanders.
I've competed against Shedeur when he was at Jackson State. I've watched him certainly over the past few years, and he's matured into a professional. Now he has the opportunity to go out and show the world why, hey, I deserve to have this position, and really make his claim to say he's the future moving forward. This is what he wanted. This is what he has, and he has to go out there and make the most of it, and he has a chance to, for at least 1 week, silence the naysayers, and as you become successful, you know, that red dot, that target becomes bigger on your back. So he's gotta just take it all in stride, you know, keep your head down, chop wood, carry water.
I'm in the Eddie George business by a mile here, but to get to the game on Sunday, with all the hype, you got Eddie George talking about Shedeur, you got Cam Newton continuing to talk about Shedeur, every show, all this. Will the Browns-Raiders game be the most watched 1 p.m./4 p.m. game on Sunday?
You confused me with the 1 o'clock. So we're combining both, or no?
Yeah. The early window.
Like the early window games.
Yeah.
Obviously not Sunday night or anything like that. All right, let's think about it for a second. Chicago-Pittsburgh's always going to have eyeballs. That's a primo matchup. If Aaron Rodgers plays, not only we're involving market size attached to that as well. Chicagoans care about Aaron Rodgers in a way that just don't care about other quarterbacks, really.
Philly and Dallas is another 4 o'clock game that I think is tough to beat.
Okay, Philly-Dallas seems very tough to beat. Dallas obviously draws all the time. Outside of that, I don't really...
It's not a great matchup.
I don't really have many that would... Yeah, I don't really have many that would beat that.
I don't think it will, but I think it's going to be fascinating to see the numbers that come out from
Kansas City Indy's the game I forgot about. Kansas City Indy. I know.
Why does anybody want to watch that?
I know it doesn't feel. Well, I mean,
the Colts just don't do a damn thing for me. I don't care about their record.
Our brains have not adjusted to the idea that the Colts have the record they have, and are conversely, I think people do really enjoy watching the Chiefs struggle.
Oh, no, that's fair.
Like, I think there's a part of people that like the idea. Like yesterday, I brought up how the Panthers have more wins than the Chiefs this year. I think people like that. I think people like hearing that. They're like, oh, wow. Like, that's...
Chiefs by 10.
Didn't know it was going that bad. Which again just kind of speaks to what happens when you have a left tackle that went AWOL and isn't really playing well when he is on the field, and then a right tackle that is absolute booty cheeks. Turns out tackles in the sport do matter.
Michigan cheated.
Turns out offensive line does matter.
Saying you two are something else. Thank you. I'll take that
Based
compliment.
Off of what?
He's pissed that we called out Kevin Stefanski. But all I saw was you two are something else.
Yeah, okay.
I'll take that compliment.
I didn't even know we had Stefanski defenders at this point in general.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I thought they all kind of just went away. I thought they tucked themselves into bed, and it's nighty-night time for them already.
No tuck job for the Stefanski fans.
Always searching for a tuck job. Joe Flacco says he'd like a starting opportunity in 2026, and then added, you never know.
Yeah.
He's like, but you never know. But he's putting it out there. He does want to play another season, and he feels like he's done enough this year to showcase to the rest of the NFL why, in fact, he should be a starter for next season.
I just think what's funny is if Joe was even like 35, it wouldn't be a question that he'd get a starting job next year.
Oh, yeah, based off the play? Yeah.
And again, like, there are going to be people in the NFL who say, well, but we don't have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Totally fair. There are also going to be people like Minnesota that says, I need somebody credible that I can trust in the event that J.J. McCarthy turns out to just be full cheeks. And that's a guy that we can plug in for a year as if J.J. McCarthy just craps a bed.
Does Joe Flacco come back to the Browns in 2026 if, in fact, we don't draft a quarterback?
I don't know.
Third time, Joe. Third time.
Now, if I hear the reports by Mary Kay, Deshaun's guaranteed to be here next year. Is Deshaun going to be afraid of Joe again?
I think we might have a competition now. Yeah, this might be the quarterback competition you never knew
that
you
we
wanted
2 years ago.
Yeah, Deshaun versus Joe Flacco. What time machine are we living in? Yeah, that might be the reality. Oddly enough,
versus Shador and Dylan Gabriel.
Actually has a higher chance of happening with a new head coach than with Stefanski. Because Flacco would be like, well, I'm not going back there. You saw what happened in those 4 games. I'm not doing that offense. Rather retire than go play for Stefanski again.
I bet you. I don't think there's any heat between Joe and Kevin.
Not heat, but also, I mean, he looked awful, and then he went to Cincinnati. It wasn't awful. He's got a. He remembers
if the Browns
that.
Gave him the starting guarantee. I bet you Joe'd take it.
Only if he's out of options.
Well, yeah, I think that's. I don't expect him to be replete with options.
Completely out of options.
Not with guaranteed starting options.
Think about it. The amount of also you could just be banking on a backup job though, because the amount of quarterbacks that end up playing in a season the numbers are insane.
You know where you should go, right? You should go to Kansas City. Back up Mahomes, maybe get another ring, and Mahomes misses one game, you light it up with 400 yards, and all of a sudden, he just keeps doing well.
Yeah, not bad.
I really wanted more from you there. Our buddy Ken Carman.
I thought he was going to hit the thing.
The voice of Cleveland. The only real show in all of America, really.
Yeah.
He tweeted out earlier today that while the NFL can call Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman for due diligence, there's no job better than the one he currently has. If we factor in college football gigs and NFL jobs, is Notre Dame a top 20 job across football?
I don't think so, because I think there's probably 20 NFL jobs I would take before being the Notre Dame head coach. And then I haven't even gotten to the college jobs that I'd probably take ahead of Notre Dame. So, we're looking at, there's a lot of them. Now, the NFL jobs you don't take, and it really just involves bad ownership is the reason why you wouldn't take them,
The Browns are one of them.
The Browns are definitely one of them. I think Dallas is one that I think most people would be like, all right, but it's still the Dallas Cowboys, though. So even though it's a bad job because Jerry runs everything, you're still the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's still a mega deal. Schottenheimer in his obituary will lead head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, even if it only exists for this year. So I think there's just too many good jobs in the NFL to say it's top 20.
I think Notre Dame in college is maybe at best the 7th or 8th best job in college football. I don't really think not playing in a conference is that much of an assist that I think maybe Ken and other people believe. And also, you just have restrictions. There's a reason why Notre Dame hasn't won a national championship in 40 damn years. I think at best it's the 7th best job in college football, and even that's a stretch. So, yeah, I mean, there are easily 20 jobs in football, if not 22, 23 NFL jobs that are better, plus 6 or 7 college schools. Now, it's arguable it might not even be top 30.
I do think there was a time where it was easily top 5 in the sport. It's just that time is coming past. I'm thinking like Rudy, Lou Holtz, that time frame where it really felt like, and maybe just me growing up in the a bunch of Irish neighborhood, a big Irish neighborhood, but like that job felt very premier at the time in a way that it doesn't now.
Yeah, because
it's still a big-time job. I'm not trying to dismiss it. It's still a big-time job.
It's because it's the nationalization of college football. It's no longer a regional sport, which is something I know we want to get to at some point, but like just because regionally in Ohio we still have a little bit more love for Notre Dame, I don't think anybody in the South gives a rip about Notre Dame. Like I just think and it matters. Again, it matters in Chicago, for instance. It matters in parts of the Midwest, but it just doesn't travel the same way. But I also think we've become more understanding and maybe tolerable of how many great elite LSU programs there are. Mm-hmm. And obviously, SSU or SEC is what I meant to say. But even Texas and Oklahoma, I think you can make the obvious case Texas is better. Then I think you can certainly argue Oklahoma's better too.
Texas for sure.
Yeah.
Texas not even close.
I mean, Texas is top 5.
Yeah, of course.
And you can make the case that Texas is. That's why it's laughable that Sarkisian just keeps making the playoffs and people are like, well, he's really good. It's like, no, I don't think he is.
Omaha! Awful announcing today says Tony Romo's decline is impossible to ignore. 5 years later, CBS's massive Romo contract looks like one of the worst decisions in sports media. Remember that initial contract? It was 10 years, $180 million. It's been dwarfed by what Tom Brady's received, obviously. But the only part of this that I find interesting is the idea that Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. I will always love Jim Nantz. I got a soft spot for Jim Nantz. But Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. I think it's his in-laws.
Yeah, just like Archuleta. They're one of us.
Just like Archuleta, exactly right.
One of us.
So I love Nance till the day he stops doing this, but that broadcasting is not
till the day he dies?
Well, once he leaves the booth, for me, he kind of does die in many ways. That's how that works. I know, it's sad, but like, then he's just not in my life anymore. So in many ways, yes, that's how that works.
It's all about you.
For me, yeah, in this context, yes, it is. He'll exist somewhere, sure. But between him and
Jim Nantz isn't calling games,
that's kind of how it works.
And on Jonathan's TV, does he really exist?
If you stop making movies, if I like you as an actor and you stop making movies and you do no podcast, you have nothing else. Yeah, you are kind of dead to me, aren't you?
So,
like you're living somewhere.
Nicholson's dead to you?
I don't see him at Lakers games anymore.
He is still there.
He stopped going the past couple years. He stopped being courtside.
Oh, I remember there was some. I remember seeing some picture in the last year or two.
He legitimately was there at every single game, and then he stopped because I think he's been dealing with like an illness lately though. Like there's like an actual like reason why he hasn't been there. Yeah, very much so. But that's how that works for me. Now, it doesn't work that way for you. You're just like, they're just alive in a different place.
I'm happy they're still out there.
For me, they're like, I guess he's in California somewhere.
The Guardians have a decision to make on Stephen Kwan this offseason, and Sal Licata of our sister station WFAN in NYC says he wants Kwan and the Yankees.
Who's the left fielder is what I care about now. This is great. You get Christian back. Whether you love him, hate him, doesn't matter. It happened. Now what? How are they going to get better? It starts with bringing Bellinger back, and then from there, you need to now get better. Because if you bring Bellinger back, you're the same. In my mind, getting better would be immediately trading either Spencer Jones or Dominguez, some package centered around them, for Kwan. Now you have a left fielder, Gold Glover, leadoff hitter. Boom, he's in place. You could use Grisham in center. You could use Bellinger in center. You could use Bellinger at first. You can move some pieces around. I still think you need more on top of it, but at least to me, that would be bring back Bellinger and go get Kwan. Now your outfield should be set.
Jason Dominguez or Spencer Jones as the centerpiece of a Kwan deal to the Yankees. What say you?
Well, Dominguez is not very good at baseball, so I have to have an issue with that. Now,
He's almost a 2-WAR offensive player in his first year in the big leagues.
Okay, but he was awful at defense. Couldn't play defense with a lick, so he got down to.
He
finishes under a 1-win WAR this last year.
I'm the reverse Browns. Don't care. Make me a bicycle clown. Hit me 35 home runs.
He didn't even slug 400 last year.
Yeah,
what are you
10
talking
home
about?
runs and 380 at bats.
Yeah, again, not good enough. Like I don't know what we're selling
22.
here. I don't know what we're selling here.
Players get better the longer they play. I don't know if you know about this, but players who work
condescending about baseball players getting better and better. I'm telling you, the guy's hitting below. He's slugging below 400.
Did he have? I think it was like a 1.5 offensive WAR, WAR as they call it. I believe he did this year.
His slash line, 257 batting average, 331 on base percentage, 388 last year. I'm sorry, that's not. What are we doing here? 0.6 was his final WAR last year. He had a negative 13.2 defensively, the worst defensive player on the Yankees. What was
Jose Ramirez's stats after his first year in the bigs? He looked like a utility player.
Okay, so that's fine. You want to sell me on the idea that he's going to get massively, massively better. Okay, but he has to actually do that. He has to be much better than what he was last year.
I mean, Dominguez, Chase Hampton, and a prospect, me likey long time.
I think Sal is trying to give us his a little bit better than garbage and tell us that we should be happy with this ordeal. And I don't know. I don't end up happy with this ordeal.
Now, Spencer Jones, I don't like. Too much chase, and I don't think he's going to be that good.
We talked a lot about Spencer Jones last year at one point.
Yeah.
I think we talked a lot about Spencer Jones at one point.
I think
you know what does stink, though, is that the Guardians, and I just hate this for Guardians fans, is that any of these fun type of discussions, they very rarely come. Like there was a Scooball article earlier in the day, and it's like, I don't even have to scroll down to see if the Guardians are on that list. I know they're not on that list. And that part of our baseball fandom gets sucked out of us, and I hate that for this fan base.
Yeah, but we had a passionate J.J. Bleday argument on middays yesterday. That's where we are. Emery Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan, talking Shador's first start and whether the Browns should let him cook on Sunday in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
give?
Has a 4-win matchup ever been as massive
I mean, it's
to
amazing.
us?
It's amazing.
I mean, come on. This
heart is beating my
gigantic.
chest.
I am in. This is the biggest Browns game in a long
Biggest
time.
Browns game of the year.
Let's go.
You know, it is. It's the biggest
Let's
Browns
go.
game of the year coming up on Sunday. And we're getting you ready for it all week long, Cleveland.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Pete Futek coming up in 1 hour's time. The quarterback Deadpool coming up at 3:40. But obviously, we also got to get to the breaking news from the Browns earlier today. We'll have a conversation on. But Shedeur Sanders and the Browns getting ready for the Raiders game. Our next guest has been a believer in Shedeur Sanders since going back to college. Of course, this is an opportunity to see the first start for Shedeur Sanders in the NFL. To talk about that and so much more, we head out to the Fan Hotline and welcome on the owner and operator of Football Game Plan and CBS Sports HQ, Emory Hunt. Emory, welcome to the show, bud.
Glad to be on, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Well, it's always great to have you. Always have such a great perspective on this. I guess we'll start here. You've been a guy that believed in Shedeur in the pre-draft process and all the way through the draft. What are your expectations on Sunday for Shedeur in his first NFL start?
It's going to be exciting because the one thing he has right now with the Browns that he's never had at Jackson State or at Colorado is a run game. And so the fact that he can play a balanced game, I'm excited to see what that looks like. That's something that we hadn't really seen before. But I expect him personally just to play within himself, play his game, do the easy stuff within the 20s, and inside the 20 where he really excelled in college, be Shedeur Sanders. So he can play the Dylan Gabriel game within the 20s, and then once you get inside the 20s, that's when you see him supersede and play above the X's and O's, and that's where Shedeur Sanders really stood out at Jackson State. He stood out there in Colorado, and he's going to stand out here, I believe, in the pros in that regard.
Yeah, it's something we've been talking about for the first little bit of the show here is, will he revert back to what we think Stefanski wants him to be, which is more like Dylan Gabriel, or is he going to be able to be himself? Do you feel like when you watch on Sunday, you'll see classic Shedeur?
Yeah, you'll see classic Shedeur. And the thing is, here's the ironic twist about this ball game is because they can play the Dylan Gabriel game and win this ball game strictly off the run game and the defense, because that's where the Raiders will have some issues dealing with the Browns defense and also dealing with the consistency of this run game. Now, when you add the ability to push the ball at the intermediate to deep levels as opposed to short to intermediate, that's where Shedeur Sanders can help extend this game and help these guys score 20 points offensively as opposed to what we've seen from them under Gabriel in this offense, which has been sort of truncated in terms of it's a short to short intermediate as opposed to an intermediate to deep passing game. So when you have the ability to expand the passing game, you kind of lift that umbrella up a little bit on the defense, which allows you then to run the football rather well. Play action pass will be a much more vital and critical and successful, and you have a threat now at quarterback that can push that ball deep, which changes how you play defense against the Browns.
Emory, I'm not going to surprise you here. The discourse around Shedeur has taken over the actual football of Shedeur, with people that don't like him, we call them Shahaters, and the people that just unapologetically love him. Supporters, I'm curious to take people all the way back to the draft. One of the knocks from Shahaters is, well, he's a fifth-round pick. Is that where you had, in terms of his draft value, where did you have Shedeur and why?
He was my number one quarterback in the class, and I compared him to Joe Burrow. And the reason why I compared him to Burrow, we saw that manifest itself in the preseason, both with Burrow and with Shedeur, right? We saw Shedeur not knowing when to let a dead play die, took a crazy sack. Then we saw Burrow later on that week against the Washington Commanders in the preseason, took a crazy sack where he held the ball for like 9 seconds instead of throwing it away and took like a 15-yard loss. So that was the Shedeur part negative that I compared Burrow to. The positive was that when the game is on the line, when you need those gotta-have-it moments, that's where Shedeur really excelled. And we saw that at Jackson State, time and time again, playing high-level football, winning back-to-back championships. And we saw it at Colorado when he was able to turn that team around in just one short offseason. But my thing is, people are always fascinated. When you talk about fifth-round pick, he's not a fifth-round talent. He went in the fifth round. That's like saying Isaiah Bond is an undrafted talent. No, he was a first or second-round talent that just happened to go undrafted because of unforeseen issues. But these are the same people that had Shedeur Sanders as day one pick or a second-round talent. Now, these are the same ones that are telling us that the 2026 class is going to be great with Nussmeier, Beck, Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik, Lenore Sellers. Not one of these same people mentioned Moore, Simpson, and Mendoza. So why would we listen to those same people when they just told us that their evaluation of talent ain't worth the paper it's printed on? So to me, it's okay to get a quarterback wherever you get him, just as long as he can play, because we've seen it done with Jalen Hurts, Andy Dalton, Russell Wilson, Drew Brees, Kaepernick, Purdy, Cousins, Favre, Moon, Brady, Derek Carr, Montana, Boomer Esiason, Dak Prescott, Tony Romo, Matt Hasselbeck, Ken Anderson, Jeff Garcia, Cunningham, Warner, Fouts. Can I go on? Because it's crazy to think. It's crazy to think that a dude just went in the fifth round, can't play. So just because he went where he went, that just cancels out everything that you watched him with your own two eyes in college at two different universities.
Okay, so what's the story on Monday if it doesn't work out on Sunday? And you know this is coming from someone like myself that has defended Shedeur the entire time.
Bullshit Porter.
And so I'm not trying to put you on a spot. But I am curious of your angle on it. I'm curious of if it doesn't go well on Sunday, what do you think the reasoning behind that will be, or what do you think your answer will be?
Here's the thing. We saw it didn't go particularly well in 38 plays, and people already have said he can't play in the NFL off 38 snaps. So nothing will change regardless of the outcome because the goalposts are already starting to move. I've seen some people say, there's nothing he can do in these last games that would stop the Browns from taking a quarterback in the first round. Like, okay, bro, like you even see the rest of the season and you already moving the goalposts. We should be the most in-shape country with the way folks move goalposts around, right? So, it don't matter if he throws for 400 yards or they go out there and he plays an elongated game like he played against the Baltimore Ravens where it's just sloppy. It's his first start, and you got to offer him the same grace that you offered Dylan Gabriel in his first start and allow him to grow. And then after the season, when he has his 6 or 7 games, and you compare those with Dylan Gabriel's 6 or 7 games, and you come to a conclusion, okay, well, maybe we can build around these two guys, or maybe we can go into the draft or go into free agency and get someone. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater after one full start of his first full season, first full week of practice as a starter, just because you don't like the guy. I just think that's just asinine. Maybe I'm the crazy one that's trying to keep it football when everybody else around me trying to do it the other way.
Emery Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan, CBS Sports HQ as well, on the fan hotline here, breaking down Shedeur's first start. Now, there is still a wide contingent of people that at this moment believe the Browns will be going quarterback early in this draft. There's been a lot of debate about the worthiness of the potentially draft-eligible 2026 quarterback. So I'll ask you, and I know this is early because we still have the playoffs to go. We still have a couple more weeks of the regular season to go. But what draft-eligible quarterbacks for 2026 in college have impressed you?
Haynes King, number one. Because it's funny with Haynes King, I know he's an older prospect, but at this point at quarterback, we don't care. You saw the Saints take Tyler Shuck in the second round. So if you could play, you could play. So for me with Haynes King, it's funny because all you hear surrounding him is, if he could throw, he'd be great. If he could throw, he could be fine. He runs really well. But every time you look up, he's like 35 or 38, 400 yards passing, and 150 yards rushing, right? And his team is winning. So those quarterbacks I like. Taylor Green has the Randall Cunningham athleticism, but he puts the ball on the turf a lot. So that wouldn't be someone I would take in the first round, but definitely someone that has work-withable tools. And when you look at the guys that people are talking about, the Dante Moores, you kind of want to see it consistently. We only seen it for 1 year. Ty Simpson, really small sample size with no A+ traits in terms of arm strength or mobility. Now he's scrappy, and right now he plays kind of like how Mac Jones plays, which I like. A guy that just don't care about what's going on. He's going to try to find a way to make a play. And Mendoza, I feel like, is getting somebody got to be first overall, right? So they're pushing Mendoza, and I think that's unfair to him, even though he does have some pro tools. He has a good arm. He got great velocity. I like that he's being battle tested this year. And so the book is still open for him because he still has some more high leverage games left on the schedule. But right now, I wouldn't have a first round grade on any quarterback. But again, you're talking to somebody that doesn't mind taking a quarterback in the third round. If he can play, let him be the starter. If anything, that helps your organization out spend money elsewhere.
All right, Emory, I like how you think for the most part, so I want your big picture thought on this, okay? Jimmy Haslam's like, hey, Emory, I heard you on 92.3 The Fan. I need to do with Paul DePodesta. You're my guy. And so tomorrow you become Paul DePodesta, okay?
Can we be your acolytes, by the way?
We'll gladly take the job with you. Yeah,
we just want to talk football and maybe drink some beer. I don't know if that's allowed.
Not much actual work, though, just like doing those two things, not even putting them out there.
Very little actual practical use for you, but we're good hangs.
We'll be your henchmen. So anyway, so you're in charge of fixing the Browns. How do you do it? What's your roadmap? What does this look like?
Point of attack play wins you games at the youth level, at the high school level, at the college level, at the pro level. So I'm looking to rebuild the offensive line. I think the Browns did a fantastic job doing that on the defensive side this year. And I think when we're talking about rebuilding the offensive line, you could bring back some of the veterans that you currently have on the roster, but you also can have a plan in place, get some high leverage guys that can grow with your organization up front. Because if you can't win the point of attack, nothing else truly matters. And this is coming from a former college running back that loves skill positions, but I have grown. The more I've matured, I've understood the value of having great point of attack play. And then I would also try to find some receivers, secondary players as well, because that's what they have to do. They have to get better and bigger around Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion. But point of attack play is where you have to be solid first on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they drafted 4 offensive linemen this year, but give us some of the names to watch on offense that you think. Yeah, let's go into the assumption that Stefanski's still here that fit maybe what the Browns like to do.
I like Spencer Fano, the tackle out of Utah. You can't go wrong with it. Yeah, that's one of these sight unseen type programs. If you tell me we got a lineman from Utah or defensive player from Kansas State, I don't even have to see the tape. I'm all in. I'm sold, right? So Fano is one of those guys. I also like Caden Proctor, big mammoth tackle from Alabama. To me, that's someone that if he can get, I know this sounds weird to say, but if he can get that weight down a little bit, we'll see the best of him. And when you think about the potential of someone like him and DeJuan Jones, my goodness, that's the type of tackles you have that could block out the sun. So those two guys I would start first. And we've seen this before where you go and get linemen, and especially in the draft that is considered not to be deep along the offensive line in terms of high-end talent. So why not use those high-leverage first-round picks to grab 2 of the best at the position right now, and then you can, do the draft like you did last year and find good talent the rest of the way. But if you can get 2 elite talents at the point of attack, if I'm the Browns, those 2 guys are who I'm going for right out of the gate.
Has Stefanski earned a job in your department?
I will say this. As I've watched Stefanski, it has – first I was super critical in the summer, and then at some point I'm sitting there like it can't be Stefanski, right? It can't just be him. So I'm still up in the air on Stefanski, man, because at the end of the day, if you had to give up your offense twice to your play callers, well, what is it about the offense that gives you trepidation to where every quarterback that has left your organization has Flacco looks like a completely different player since he left the Browns. And everyone that has left this offense has played really well at that position. So I find it fascinating that the offense is the issue. If I could just have a offensive coordinator and let Stefanski just be the head coach, I'm cool with that, because I feel that's another one of my personal philosophies where I want to get back to where the head coach is the head coach. The offensive coordinator is the offensive coordinator. Only a very rare few can handle both. And if you can't handle both, if you're not one of those special guys like a Sean McVay, just be the head coach and delegate responsibilities to your offensive and defensive coordinators.
All right, Emory, I like me some Harold Fannin Jr. I like me some Quinshon Judkins. I actually still think Wyatt Teller can play. I just think he's surrounded by not nearly enough. but how many offensive players are the Browns away? They're 32nd out of 32 offenses right now. How many offensive players are they away from even being like the 16th or 17th best offense in the NFL?
Not far, man. I'd say like 2. If you could just solidify the offensive line. They've been banged up. So the thing that people don't discuss enough about with the offensive line is like the secondary. Continuity is king, which means communication is paramount. And if you're constantly switching guys around, they can't communicate because everybody's speaking a different language. You want to have everyone grow the same, speaking the same language, doing the same things, and that time on task together, both verbally and physically, creates the offensive line cohesiveness to help your offense go. The Browns had a fantastic draft with what they were able to do in the running game with Fannin, and also I'm a big fan of Isaiah Bond. He just didn't have the full offseason to really work himself into game shape. So they've done the right things. They're not that far off. Maybe another receiver, a big dog out there on the perimeter with somebody that can really work the middle of the field and also stretch the middle of the field. But they're fine. I just think that they need another lineman and also one of these big dogs at receiver. There's enough on that roster right now to be competent offensively.
Emery, it's always great to talk with you, man. Not only are you knowledgeable, but you always got great energy. We appreciate you, buddy. I'm sure we'll be talking with you not just the rest of the season, but certainly going into the next draft as well.
Appreciate you guys. Always a pleasure, man. Glad I was able to help you guys out. And again, you guys are on the radio out there in Cleveland. Let's make this the Podesta role happen. I'm available.
Hey, you listen. It benefits you. It benefits us. That's what we're about here. Emery Hunt there, CBS Sports HQ, and the owner of Football Game Plan on the Fan Hotline gave us plenty to react to. We also have to react to the Browns breaking news from earlier today in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan for my friends over there at Summit Sound. A couple weekends ago, I took my car into Summit Sound. I got the remote starter hooked up, and ever since then, it's been an absolute game changer when it comes to just being warm in my car. And as we're getting closer and closer to these winter months and you're walking outside and you're just freezing, that doesn't have to be your choice. You can do this. Remote starter starting $419 installed. You can be like myself today. I walked out to my garage. I opened up the garage door. I hit the button, and then it was
One thing he has right now with the Browns that he's never had at Jackson State or at Colorado is a run game. And so the fact that he can play a balanced game, I'm excited to see what that looks like. That's something that we hadn't really seen before. But I expect him personally just to play within himself, play his game, do the easy stuff within the 20s, and inside the 20 where he really excelled in college, be Shedeur Sanders. So he can play the Dillon Gabriel game within the 20s, and then once you get inside the 20s, that's when you see him supersede and play above the X's and O's. And that's where Shedeur Sanders really stood out at Jackson State. He stood out there in Colorado, and he's going to stand out here, I believe, in the pros in that regard.
Emery Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan, CBS Sports HQ. I wonder if the Browns would want that reversed. Shedeur in the open field where the field's longer, it's not truncated. You can make your plays there.
Yeah.
And then once you get within the red zone, then then we want you to clench up.
Oh, so the red zone's not anything that I'm really worried about with him, because in the red zone in college, he was he was awesome. It was I think he ended up, as far as FBS records are concerned, it was like the 5th highest completion percentage in the red zone. But as a college football in a whole, I have a million red zone stats for him. I think he'll be good there. I really do. But I love the idea of like branding these shorter throws and the shorter plays is that's where you're getting your Dillon Gabriel mindset. I really think that might connect with Stefanski. We need to just brand it that way.
If Shedeur panders to Stefanski by being I'm going to give you a couple Dillon throws,
and he just throws like a normal pass that he would whatever, but he comes back and it's like a 7-yard play, and he's like, "See, that was my Dillon. That was my Dillon play."
Do you like my Dillon play, Kev? Huh? The only thing I would say is I'll go back to the Reds. I think it was red zone play because I can't remember the exact yardage, but the Larvadane throw in the end zone when you had Judy right there for the first down.
Oh yeah, no, he was out of the red zone at that point.
I think that's the time where. And again, I think some of this is dependent because that's 3rd and long. So you run 3rd and long or 3rd and manageable. Hey, let's live to fight another day. I think that's the kind of thing where I think they're going to want him to go Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting to see what he does in that moment, if he pulls the trigger or if he doesn't. But I can't stress it enough. What makes him special is the things that where he isn't Dillon Gabriel-esque. And so, I just feel like you don't dim that light. I feel like in those moments, you should try to swerve into making sure that you keep the specialness there and you don't try to tamp that down.
216-474-0092. You heard what Emery Hunt had to say there about when Shedeur can be Dillon Gabriel and when he can be Shedeur Sanders. I think that'll be the push and pull of the Browns game planning on Sunday. But big breaking news earlier today, the Browns announcing a 3-year, $33 million extension with Alex Wright, who is set to be a free agent this offseason. Obviously, there's plenty of questions that emanate from this. Mm-hmm. I do think it was interesting that initially people were like, well, Andrew Berry's still got his job. I was like, it was really a 2-year deal, but it's 3 years, $33 million. That's that's cushion change in 2025 in the NFL.
Well, so Zach Jackson tweeted out, this seems like an operational move or organizational move, excuse me. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what maybe got people like, oh, does this mean Berry still got his job? What does this mean for Andrew Berry? And it's like, well, what I do find interesting out of it, and I would bet even Zach would agree on this, is the idea that they spent even more money on the defensive side of the ball when they're very cap limited as is. Mm-hmm. And so that part I do find fascinating, because it's like you need so much help on the offensive side, and you need so much to get better on the offensive side. And Alex Wright has been great. He deserved all the money and everything that comes with it. But you are then putting more resources towards a defense that is great. At some point, you do have to kind of try to balance out the scales a little bit. This isn't the time. I like this move, but it does feel like at some point you do have to try to balance that out.
I think the only problem with giving any money to Alex
is the resources on the offense.
And I think Alex is actually one of the best picks that Andrew's had. He's a really good football player, and what makes him so equipped for this defense is his ability to play inside and out equally effective. Like, you can rush him on 3rd downs up the middle. He can play a little bit of defensive tackle on earlier downs if you want him to, and lighter packages. He obviously was the starting defensive end. He just hasn't been healthy. And it's really tough. Like, I know we're so early in a career, maybe he finds some health, but it's similar to like DeJuan Jones, where people aren't just counting him as the starting right tackle going into next year. It's because every season he's been here has ended in injury. I can't think of a season where Alex his career or his season didn't end in injury.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and it's one of those things where I mean, they're obviously getting excited about what it is that he's done this year. PFF has him as the second best defensive player on this team, and it's not even like it's miles behind Myles Garrett either. Like, he's been really, really good. Can't stress that enough, but sometimes your ability is your availability, is your best ability.
I would imagine the Browns, I think this has been the year the Browns really didn't do a lot of moving money around into future years, right? I would imagine that and I think people's read on this, which is, man, you don't have a lot of resource on the offensive side of the ball. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did move some money around to try and open up some opportunities to pay at least a couple guys on offense next year.
So that's just kind of what the whole thing just screamed to me, was like, all right, you're going to pay another defensive player. I just don't know. You're very cap limited as is. You're going to have to make some money work, and we can always find ways. But like, it does seem hard to like if I think about what the Bears did in paying that guard center guard combo to revamp that offensive line. We can't spend that on a Joe Tooney like they did. You know, like, it just doesn't.
Not right now, but if you were to re-sign David Njoku and Wyatt Teller and kick their the
well, and you're going to have to do a lot. You're going to have to do a lot of this type of stuff. Is the point? They can do it, and they can do it. Part of me too. The other side of this is wondering if this is Andrew Berry almost boasting up and kind of propping up one of his own draft picks too.
Oh no, that makes total sense. Yeah, like if this was and again, given he's a really nice football player. I really do. I can't stress enough, when Alex is healthy, he's damn near an underrated Cleveland Brown at this point, because he's an incredibly impactful player. But I have a feeling if John Dorsey had drafted him in 2019, I don't think this is a player that Andrew gives an extra contract to, given everything you've said and I've said.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny. Like, the timing of it seems a little funny as well. You know what I mean? I'm not against it. I'm not. I'm trying to figure out this offseason then how much money you're going to move to the offensive side of the ball. Like, are we going to do, is what we did this year just going to be what we do next year too? Where you just try to have this dominant defense and then you just have a bunch of really young players on the offensive side of the ball and hope that that's kind of how you attack this as they grow? It seems like an interesting plan if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect. Now, I think the difference is I would expect them to add one or two free agents on the offensive side. It's just not going to be a top 10, top 15, top 20 free agent. I mean, it's going to be solid football players, but I think that's the kind of guys you're bringing in.
You can look at it and be like, they spent money on the offensive side of the ball. Like, they spend money on Wyatt Teller, they spend money on Jack Conklin, they spend money on Joe Patonio to come back another year. They spend money on Jerry Jeudy. Like, they did spend money over there. It's just
none of it's been well spent.
None of it's been well spent, exactly. So that's part of it feels like almost a crime that I'm yelling at him like, I need you to spend money on the offensive side of the ball, when in reality I just need you to spend on better players on the offensive side.
Yeah, can we just can we start developing players? Like Alex Wright, if we get to like the level of player developed on the offensive side of the ball, and if Alex Wright was a left tackle instead of a defensive end, Alex would be the best offensive player they've developed under Stefanski and Berry in the last 5 years, right?
Yeah, we just don't have these success stories on the offensive side of the ball.
And he's probably on the defensive side of the ball was 7th or 8th best developed.
We got so many different guys that I can point to on the defensive side of the ball that are not only just this year alone that are having career years, and not many people saw it coming.
216-474-0092. So the big news earlier today is the Browns extending Alex Wright. Again, we're happy for the guy.
Yeah.
So it's not about like we're happy for the player. I just think between the defensive side of the ball and the injuries, it is an interesting player to extend, considering where you are. But what does the Alex Wright extension tell you about where the Browns are? The quarterback Deadpool with Commissioner Jake Murrin. It's not great for me. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
illnesses. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We trust our guys. We trust our backup players to be ready to go, and Shedor's ready to go. Obviously, I know he wants to play better. I want to coach better, all those type of things, but that'll come through work.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us tomorrow, tomorrow at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for a special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out, meet 92.3 The Fan, and enjoy lunch from Donato's. Admission completely free. Shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations, obviously, for those in need. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
Pete Futek coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. I like this development. For a little bit of today, the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat was fighting. He was like our guy Bonjour Bob fighting for his life over there.
I see that. He's trying to get people banned.
I don't know what changed, but we just got into Jordan Seaton was brought up by K Slade and now all of a sudden now we're talking football prospects. I throw in Caleb Lomu. We got people talking trench talk there. I'm feeling I've got somebody wants to take Lemon, the USC wide receiver.
Do we have some Haynes King discussion?
I mean, that was wild.
That was wild.
When our guy brought up Haynes King,
about that was very wild.
I'm like, I think he's got 2,000 yards passing, 10 touchdowns, and 2 INTs. I've already seen a check down Charlie here.
I don't know where he got that from. Georgia Tech quarterback over my dead body.
Not just that.
Over my dead body.
Anytime somebody says the phrase, if he just threw better, he'd be a bigger prospect, I go, well, then he's not a good prospect.
Maybe he was trying to unite the chat is what Emery was trying to do there. He just goes station to station, uniting different chats, being like, I'll just throw this guy out here. Let's see what happens.
You know what? If Dylan Gabriel was 6'4", and if his arm wasn't, Fugazi, gosh, what a quarterback he'd be in the pros. I believe we've been doing this since there was a caveman that was if this buffalo ran 5% faster, I mean, he'd still be alive. And it's but he didn't. He's food.
He is food. Can I bring a positive to the table?
You may.
I wanted to bring a positive. I noticed that Phil Mickelson, because I told you I've been seeing the GoFundMe for Bernie, and so it was funny only because I was talking to my father-in-law about this. I'm the guy that goes and looks and sees the different names for the donations because I don't know. I'm like, who's gonna basically?
We can own it.
I'm like, who's gonna pop up, right? And I saw a Steve Young donated $20, and I was like, that can't be Steve Young. Is that the actual Steve Young? Imagine the real Steve Young going to Bernie's page and donating $20. There was a part of me that lost it just thinking about that. And then I was scrolling through and I saw Phil Mickelson had donated $20,000.
And then he also, actually, this is where we should give you more credit.
Phil, way to be.
Another $7,000 to Bryce Dunlap, the young man whose life, unfortunately, was cut short because of a brain injury.
He's there, too?
He gave $7,000 to the family of Bryce Dunlap, too.
Isn't it amazing how, just a little thing like that just completely changes the perception of someone that you have? Where I was like, and I've always waffled with my Phil Mickelson takes, and I think more people than not settle on, hey, maybe not the greatest guy in the world, but now in this instance, I'm like, all right, Phil, I like you now for at least a year.
I mean, I don't know for a year, but I at least am like, that's
maybe
a cool
3
move.
months. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 months. I don't know.
All the other stuff seems to be very true, but very nice move.
Maybe it reaffirms that sometimes perceived bad people can do good things from time to time as well.
I like that.
So good job by Phil Mickelson there. I like that.
And very good job.
And bad job by either faux Steve Young or the real Steve Young. I'm not sure yet.
Gosh.
I want to go put one. I'm going to donate $20 under John Elway now.
I was going to start to think about the quarterbacks I want to dog by just putting laughably low amounts of money. Let's go ahead and get to the quarterback Deadpool by welcoming in the commissioner of the quarterback Deadpool. If you guys are just joining us, if you're new to the bit, new to the show, how this works is in the preseason, knowing the Browns really needed quarterback, we all drafted quarterback Deadpool teams. Mac, JP, and I, we have added to our rosters, we have subtracted, and at some point I might need to start doing more subtracting. Jake, what you got for us?
Yeah, so this is week 13 of the afternoon drive quarterback Deadpool, and we're going to start with the team who just continues to win these polls that we post on the Afternoon Drive Twitter account, Mac Robinson. Your team is Lenora Sellers, Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and Darian Mensah. Are we still feeling good about your team over there, Mac?
Yeah, we're still feeling good. I wish that Mensah had a better supporting cast around him, and same thing goes for Lenora Sellers at this point, who can't seem to buy a win at this point because of South Carolina. But love the group that I got so far with Ty and with Fernando.
All right, that brings me to your team, Nick, and you seem pretty down on your team. I believe earlier today you said that your team's dead in the show.
I mean,
that an accurate
it's certainly
feeling?
not living. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not like teeming with life.
So your latest addition was Arch Manning, who you added last week. Of course, Texas losing to Georgia last week, 35-10. You have Carson Beck, who had a 3-touchdown game against NC State. John Mateer, who did enough to beat Alabama, with Oklahoma set to face yet another ranked opponent in Missouri this week. And Jaden Mayava, who looked good against Iowa, but faces his toughest test yet against Oregon this Saturday. You're not feeling good as another subtraction coming this weekend.
Well, no subtraction. I think my point is, I think I'm gonna have a bunch of guys taken in the day 2. I might get some. I might have a second rounder, probably have 2 or 3 third rounders, and I just gotta hope that pulls the rest of the thing. Like Matt could have 2 top 10 picks. That's gonna be tough to beat. JP could have at least 1 top 10 pick. I think at this point, I gotta be the volume shooter that somehow still makes 40% of his shots.
How do you feel about your pickup there of Arch Manning?
I feel pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
Did he have almost 300 yards there, Haas?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to know how you felt. I just wanted to know how you felt.
I mean, Lenora Sellers has played like crap for multiple weeks. You don't see somebody sweating over there.
You sweating over there?
No, not at all. The rest of his team is garbage, but wish that he had some help.
Did you watch the second half of that game?
I did indeed.
Woof.
He'll be great at Virginia Tech,
that was
though.
Real tough.
And Lenoris is totally coming back. You might want to think about getting off that bandwagon.
The last time I blew a 27-point lead at Texas A&M.
Might be taking Carson Beck's spot.
I remember my first beer.
251 yards passing for Arch Manning, a tutty. I
just didn't know if you were having any, buyer's remorse or anything. I just wanted to know. It's fine if you're not.
The stats are looking good.
I just wanted to know how you were feeling because it seems pretty stamped down what's happening there.
All right, JP, let's turn attention to your team. You have Dante Moore, who's coming off a great game as Oregon plays USC this week. Cade Klubnik led Clemson to a ranked win last week. Sam Levitz, of course, still injured, out for the year. And your latest addition, Garrett Nussmeier, who did not play in LSU's win last week, I believe is listed as doubtful this week. How are you feeling about your team?
I'd like to make a change to my team, if that's okay, Commissioner.
For the third straight week, yeah.
Kenny Dillingham out there trying to basically get restaurants to pony up $1,000 for Sam Levitt to stay there tells me Sam Levitt's as good as gone. Not only is he not going to the NFL, the transfer is coming. When Kenny Dillingham is out there legitimately making the restaurant business because they make so much money there. Yeah, right, Kenny. When he's out there being like, open up your pockets, maybe making a Sam Levitt inspired burger. It's like, I know he's gone. He is as good as gone, and there's no way he's coming back. So I think I'm gonna have to make a change here. I think it's
King.
That's. You stole my thunderous move here. Yeah. I was inspired by Emory in such a way that I would like to. I want to move Sam in honor of Haynes King.
Are you? This is not a bit?
Not a bit. I'd like to bring Haynes King on board.
You know he can't throw the ball, right?
I'm very aware. I think he's going to go undrafted, but he's going to do more for me than what Sam Levitt's going to do at this point.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sam Levitt's definitely staying in college. I need to, if it ends up being a day 3 pick, I need to accumulate guys that are going to actually be taken. And if Emory says he's the best quarterback in the draft, I highly doubt that. I would imagine. I mean, we opened the segment mocking him for a reason. But I want to bring him on board. I want to bring him on board.
Saying he might go undrafted isn't the biggest vote of confidence there, JP.
Like he's legitimately like a day 3. Very end 6th, 7th round. What kind of pop up are we getting for 6th, 7th rounders these days on the points board? What are we getting?
We have to come up with a points chart.
What does the points chart say? Or should I just die with Sam Levitt because he's not going? First off, he's leaving Arizona State. That's a guarantee. Dillingham, absolute fool. But he's not going to the pros now. I got to get value. No answers, Commish. I'm talking to you, Commish.
Yeah, how we actually score.
I'd like an answer. Somebody, please.
How we actually score the Deadpool has yet to be finalized.
Which I always thought was a flaw in the Deadpool, by the way.
We're getting there.
I need to know what I need to be shooting for.
I think you're shooting just fine there, shooter.
Haynes King, come on board.
You say Haynes Kink?
No, Haynes King, you goober.
I heard Haynes Kink.
Haynes Kink?
I think secretly somebody wants to go into the Josh Hoover furry waters.
We're getting awfully close.
Yeah. Yes, you are. Gonna put the hat on. Gonna put the helmet on, like Darth Vader for furries.
How did the poll go last week?
Yeah, Matt got first place, I believe, with 68% of the vote. Nick second with 19%. JP back in third place with 13%.
Yeah, I figured as much. Once I got rid of Drew Aller, it was just we need to put an asterisk on there too. People think we're drafting this every week. And they think we're just idiots. they think we're just idiots. By the way,
they think maybe you're just the idiot.
Ryan on Twitter saying $1 donation is Brandon Whedon. That's pretty good.
Oh, thank you, Commish. We must run. It's time for Pete Futek of College Football News in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In case you missed it, the Dolphins and Commanders played in Madrid on Sunday on natural grass just for them. The field is kept in 6.
immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Nick and JP with you. We have the lead coming up in just about 60 minutes here, but big day, big week here in Cleveland. Shedeur Sanders going to get his first start on Sunday. Now, our next guest, we love to talk a lot of college football with. He joins us most weeks, Thursdays, 4:20. Today, though, we got to talk some Shedeur Sanders with him because he has been banging the drum for Shedeur here in Cleveland of the college football news. Pete Futek joining us now on the Fan Hotline. Pete, welcome to the show.
Happy Shedeur Week. The sports radio place, this is the dream. This is everything, right?
I mean, it's been a very kind week to us, yes, because he's going to start. What are your expectations for Shedeur on Sunday?
He'll be awful. Look, he's a rookie. Like, it's all over NFL. It's a problem with the NFL. Like all my Minnesota Vikings friends. Oh, J.J. McCarthy's awful. Well, yeah, he didn't play last year, and he's only, had a couple games in. Like last year in Chicago. Oh, we have to have a talk about Caleb Williams. Well, these guys don't just come out and fling it all over the place and become Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes isn't Patrick Mahomes as a rookie. He didn't start until late in the year. It was Alex Smith who got like the first 12 games. So, he's going to make mistakes. He's not going to be great. He'll play, he's an accurate quarterback. He just needs time to work. They're going to pressure him, and he's not going to be very good. But you know what? This is part of being a rookie quarterback.
Well, it sounds sensible, Pete. That's just not how we operate around these parts for the most part.
Of course, he didn't win. You mean he didn't win the Super Bowl yet?
I know, right? It's funny. We have a couple guests on this week already, and at certain points, either Nick or myself had to be like, it was a half of a football game. Like, what are we really doing here?
Yeah, no, again, you can't. I know there was a day, that day's over now where, you got a guy a year and a half. So remember, Peyton Manning was miserable his first year as he could do like 18 interceptions or something.
It was like 28 actually.
Yeah, or something insane. Again, I'm not saying, I'm not trying to make excuses right out of the gate, but temper the expectations. I mean, who knows if he's good? And the only way you never know is give the guy time, and then all of a sudden the game maybe slows down for him next year. So all you're looking for is, get Judkins going, get that running game working, take the pressure off him, and see if he can at least look like he's got potential or down the road that there's something there.
Pete, is this Ohio State team better than last year's Ohio State team?
No, it's not. And last year's team was kind of, it was better. I told you guys all year, it was the best team in the country from the start. It just had a little head case problem when it came to, getting out of its own way against Michigan. And that Oregon team was even better than this year's team. This team's good, but it doesn't have the experience. It doesn't have quite the overall guys. And the other part about this too is they haven't played anybody since August. Look, I mean, this is going to be the fifth straight game that they're going to go against a team that's not going to go to a bowl game. So it's not been an actual killer. They're doing performance art. It's great. They're getting a bunch of live scrimmages in. And, I'm not saying they're not good. I'm not saying that they can't win the national championship. But let's just kind of wait and see a little bit here because they should destroy Rutgers. It's not going to be a problem. And they'll beat Michigan. I don't want to go there yet, but come on. If they don't beat Michigan, it's their own fault. But when they get to that tournament, I'm not sold on anybody right now, but Georgia and Notre Dame being all that great. But Ohio State's right there. But in terms of talent, no, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't be the number one team and shouldn't win the national championship again. But this is not the same team as last year.
Yeah, that is interesting because all last year, Pete, you just kept banging the drum like they're going to win it, they're going to win it, they're going to win it. And then I've not heard that same thing from you this year.
No, because we don't know. I mean, they haven't had any drama. I mean, they had Arch Manning had the ball in his hands in the final drive. That was about it. Everything else has been a live scrimmage for this team, and it's on them. They're great. You don't get to this point in the season being as dominant as you are in the Big Ten, no matter who you've played, without being really, really awesome. I'm not saying they're not going to win the national championship. I'm just saying, like, it's not the the coronation, like it might be considered by some. But they're awesome. This is a great team. But we just don't know because they haven't played anybody in a month, and who knows what happens when Julian Sand gets some pressure on him? Who knows when that running game has to rely on? Who knows when they have to actually perform when it really matters? And we are going to find out next week.
Pete, do you think Julian Sand ends up in the top 3 in Heisman voting?
Only because who the heck else is there? Look, usually, and I keep saying this as a Heisman voter, wait until the conference championships because, I think I voted for Bryce Young, a few years back because of what he did late in the season. And last year, Scatterbo went from not on my Heisman finalist list to number 2 because, he turned out to be the Big 12 best player in the Big 12 when he carried them to the college football playoff and for what he did in the Big 12 championship. So let's see. I mean, if Ohio State destroys Indiana and Mendoza's awful, well, there goes that. Ty Simpson pretty much ended it last week. Jeremiah Love doesn't have any games left to play. I'm not going to do the Jacob Rodriguez thing. But the problem with saying is I'm not that he's not, again, I'm not dogging him in any way. He's an NFL starter. He's really good. He's going to be great. He's probably like the 5th best player on this team. I mean, Caleb Downs, even though the stats aren't there, is probably the best player if it's not Jeremiah Smith. So this team's just so loaded. He would be the representative of the number 1 team in the country in a Gino Torretta sort of way, but only because there's no one else there. But he'll get his shot. If he rocks against Michigan and is brilliant against Indiana, yeah, Heisman's probably his.
Do Alabama fans have a right to be mad with how the rankings came out?
No, it's fine. And actually, they caught a break. But they need more help than I think they actually believe. At some point, we're going to have a talk about BYU because BYU is, if they go 11-1 and their one loss is to Texas Tech, and then they lose again in the Big 12 championship, God forbid they win it, because then what do? Alabama's kind of in trouble. Notre Dame should be less comfortable than it is, but the committee loves them, and they're not going to knock them down any further than this. Notre Dame got ranked too high from the beginning, and now they're just not going to change it. So it is Alabama. But if Alabama comes out and destroys Auburn, then I think it's over. And Alabama's probably going to play for the SEC championship after all the tiebreakers happen. But they do have the resume. I think the SEC is overrated, but they did beat Georgia. They did beat Vanderbilt by double digits, even though as investors know that was kind of a weird double-digit game. But it should not be quite as comfortable as they might feel right now.
Pete, did you like James Franklin to Virginia Tech?
I feel like James Franklin at Penn State, but that's just me. So yeah, he's a very, very good head coach. He's a coach who should have gone maybe somewhere even bigger. I wanted him at Wisconsin, but okay, it's at Virginia Tech. That's a place he can win at right away. He can certainly recruit. He's certainly good enough. The whole argument, you can't win the big games. Well, there aren't a lot of big games in the ACC. So if he wins all the little ones and the medium-range ones, Virginia Tech will be just fine. And at a place like that, and in a conference like that, the goal is be in the ACC title hunt every year. And yeah, that's not that high a bar to set for a guy like Franklin to sort of match.
I heard Petiti the other day talking about how he wants to make this now like 20. Yeah, that's all I think about. But like he wanted to make this like 24 teams, and he's a TV guy. Oh, what else is he going to think? He's always going to want to try to go for these money grabs and try to make as many games televised as he can. He's talking about getting rid of the Big Ten title game in the process and putting the playoff game there. And it's like, all right, fine, do whatever you want to do. But I do wonder if it's turning people off. And I know you have metrics and you have your own site that you go off of and everything. But do you feel like there's less interest in college football with all the changes that have been made and how it feels so playoff heavy now, way more than it used to be? Or is it just not that way and it's just a me problem?
The difference is that more teams care. Because right now, you're fired up if you're a BYU fan or a Texas Tech fan or a Miami fan or a Notre Dame fan. Because, look at last year, Alabama's out of the college football playoff after the Michigan loss. So, you have room to spill. You can lose 2 games and still be alive in this. Oklahoma fans are now back in. You have way more teams engaged than before. Look at the ACC. At the old college football playoff 4-team thing, nobody would pay attention to the ACC again. Notre Dame's season would have been over in the second week of the season. Mm-hmm. So there's all these different programs that now are still alive and there are storylines behind them. And now The ACC championship matters. Virginia versus Georgia Tech, probably. Now you've got those fan bases who kick in. And so, look, if you're a North Texas fan right now, if you're a San Diego State fan or a James Madison fan, yeah, you're a little fired up. So on the whole, it's a good thing. If you expand it further, then it becomes college basketball and the regular season doesn't matter as much. But I do like the idea of the somehow the conference championship games being folded in, because now this whole idea that the college football playoff committee is like, well, we're not going to punish teams for a loss in their conference championship. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why not? That's part of you got to take the whole point of the playoff committee is to take the entire picture, take the snapshot, and then go from there. And if you're going to say, well, if you're 10-2 and you make the playoff and you lose like Alabama might do, well, then you're still in anyway. That's just not right.
Pete, Ohio State, the last tune-up before Michigan in a week's time. They've got Rutgers. The line is 32.5 points. Can I interest you, given Ryan Day has piddled down his leg a few times heading into Michigan, I will ask you, is there any element of this game you think could be a trap game for Ohio State?
Don't get Julian Sand hurt like that. Right now, it's the Carson Beck's SEC championship game of last year thing. All these games, whether it's Georgia playing Charlotte, don't get Gunnar Stockton hurt. Don't get Ty Simpson hurt against Eastern Illinois. Don't get your starting quarterback hurt before it really, really matters. So for Ohio State, all you care about is get out of this clean. You're not going to lose to Rutgers. And if anything, you come in, you workmanlike. They've been clinical all year. The one thing I will say about this team, even more than last year's team, though, is it knows what it is. It doesn't have to go for style points. It doesn't care about that. It's like get in, get the win, work on what you need to do, and just move on. It's a weird way, even though it's younger, it's a far more confident looking team than last year's team. So just get in. Rutgers is not going to stop anything you're going to want to do. So just get it over with fast and get Stan and Smith and all those guys on the sidelines as fast as humanly possible.
All right, Pete, great stuff, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week as we will be tuning up for, of course. Actually, no, we won't. Next Thursday is. Maybe I'll talk to you before next Thursday. Then.
So we can't do Shedeur Sanders MVP talk next week.
Well, we definitely can. We're definitely gonna have to get you then before Thursday because I forgot it was Gobbler Day. All right, buddy, be good.
Thanks, Pete.
Later, guys.
That snuck up on me. The idea that next Thursday is this Thanksgiving.
My brain was like, what is he talking about with Thursday? I couldn't put it together.
I did it. Well, by the way, I thought about this earlier today, and then I thought about it in real time, and both times I've thought about it, it has wrinkled my brain in a way that is just unacceptable for a 40-year-old man to be that tripped up by it.
It's okay. Well, wait, are you hosting for Thanksgiving or no?
Not a chance in hell. Oh, wait, what do you mean in my house?
Yeah.
I thought you meant doing this job. No,
I'm not at your house. I think you told me that, right?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. So you got this can't sneak up on you then.
I mean, and we're
got a lot of things you got to do.
We got one more thing to do before we can just go ahead and put the new dining room all together, and then everything else goes the way, and then it's perfect. But until then. It's a rug. We're waiting on a rug.
That's right, because you ordered some of the Bernie Kosar Hall of Fame beef to come to your house, right?
Bernie Kosar Hall of Fame beef?
Wait, sorry. Joe Thomas Hall of Fame beef right to your house.
Oh, that's already been ordered, yeah.
Sorry, the GoFundMe, Bernie's still on my mind.
Oh, you're talking about the picanha for...
Yeah.
Multiple picanhas.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, we did that too.
I'm having a hard time remembering your Thanksgiving Day plans. My apologies.
We've both been hit by early onset Alzheimer's within the last 3 minutes on air.
I'm not supposed to be remembering your Thanksgiving Day plans, by the way. That's info I'm supposed to immediately throw out when it comes into my brain.
No, I disagree. Because that's about me.
No, I don't even know my Thanksgiving plans. I'm not supposed to keep track of yours.
I think you're going to spend time with family. That and the in-laws.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Family time will happen.
That being said, we'll react to what Pete had to say, and we're going to... Everyone can put on our orange and brown colored glasses in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. You guys know I'm the Prince of Parlay on the FanDuel app, but it's stuff like the Thursday touchdown jackpot that just makes FanDuel even that much more fun. So to get in on this Thursday's action, it's today, by the way, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off, and if your players score,
longer playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus. Shedeur Sanders is ready for his first start on Sunday.
I know our fans have a lot of expectations and hope. I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible.
The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
He'll be awful. Look, he's a rookie. Like, it's all over NFL. It's a problem with the NFL. Like, all my Minnesota Vikings friends. Oh, J.J. McCarthy's awful. Well, yeah, he didn't play last year, and he's only, had a couple games in. Like, last year in Chicago. Oh, we have to have a talk about Caleb Williams. Well, these guys don't just come out and fling it all over the place and become Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes isn't Patrick Mahomes as a rookie. He didn't start until late in the year. It was Alex Smith who got, the first 12 games. So, he's going to make mistakes. He's not going to be great. He'll play, he's an accurate quarterback. He just needs time to work. They're going to pressure him, and he's not going to be very good. But you know what? This is part of being a rookie quarterback.
Pete Futek, I will say with a little bit of an ankle break there, Pete has been on about what a great, Shedeur, that's the quarterback. Go to Shedeur. What murder?
What murder?
Basically dogged Dylan Gabriel several times as well with us. So I'm like, well, this is an easy one to tee up. What do you think about Shedeur on Sunday? He'll be awful. Okay.
I mean, that's what Pete does. That the heart of Pete Futek is zigging when everybody else is zagging. So that part of it is hardly a surprise. I almost think, in a way, he's defending Shedeur, though.
By saying it'll be terrible?
I'll explain. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Let's get ready for this spin.
Well, he goes through all the other quarterbacks, and he talks about how they need time and how he can't expect anybody to be good, and doing it after a week and a half is insane. But basically what he's doing is giving anyone that enters the NFL their very first start. He is giving them the old Peterlin pass of sorts. He's like, J.J. McCarthy stinks? Of course he did. No one could expect him to be good right away. Caleb Williams, who Pete has called one of the most gifted college quarterbacks he's ever seen. He struggled for a whole year, and people in Chicago were complaining about it, and he's like, you have to give this one a little bit more time. And he went through example after example of how ridiculous this conversation has exactly gotten. The idea that after one game on Monday, people are going to try to do victory laps the same way people try to do victory laps after a half game of football, which I think we both agree is also pure and utter insanity.
So what I understand is, if Shedeur goes out there, puts up 275, 3 touchdowns, maybe only 1 turnover, and the Browns win by 10 points, you won't be taking a victory lap?
Pete is saying, this is what Pete is saying, okay? Pete is saying that is not the expectation that should be had. Basically, he's calling him the greatest quarterback to ever exist if it does pull it off. He, in many ways, and people that think the way that Pete is trying to explain this here, they're acting as if this is almost a win of sorts for Shedeur, and he can't lose.
I'll ask
you
again.
And I know that's not entirely true.
I'll ask
and
again.
I know that there is a loss here for Shedeur if it doesn't go well.
We're setting what Pete said over here off to the side.
Well, we were talking about Pete's comments.
But you made a very valid comment.
Within the context of what Pete was trying to pull off there.
You made a very valid comment about victory laps on Monday.
Yeah.
Can I get you to give me a guarantee that if Shedeur looks really good and the Browns win, you won't take a victory lap on Monday?
There'll be no victory laps. It'll be very nice. I'm not saying it won't be nice. There'll be no victory laps. Not a game and a half into this whole entire thing. You can't do it a game and a half in. That's insane. You can't do that.
I don't believe you.
You can't do that. Well, I guess I guess we're just gonna have to see him throw for 275 and then wait for my reaction on Monday. Okay.
Okay.
Will I wear a Shedeur jersey in here on Monday? Probably. Yeah. But that's not a victory lap. friends.
No. That's just you were going to wear that anyways.
It's in my closet.
You didn't. The rest of the laundry was dirty.
I couldn't find anything else to wear that day. If he in fact throws for 275,
I keep getting ridiculously close to what murder? He's a great guy.
Well, but there is that context that exists there. This should not be the expectation for anybody that enters the NFL that your very first game you throw for 275, 2 touchdowns, and you light the scoreboard up. That's why if he does it, there will be a sense of excitement, not from the idea that you can take a victory lap. I don't think that's true, and I promise you I won't. But the idea that you are doing something that NFL quarterbacks just don't do. And so there has to be a tip of a cap and acknowledgement that accompanies that.
I think the only thing I would say to what Pete was saying is...
So now we're back on Pete's comment.
Because I don't think he realizes how bad the Browns have normalized awful play. So, Yeah, 275, 3 tutties, no turnovers. That would be insane if that happens because it's just not likely. But him playing bad is not him playing bad in, I don't know, Kansas City. Him playing bad in Cleveland would be less than what Dylan Gabriel did, right?
Yeah.
Like Dylan Gabriel, there are people out there who are like, Dylan Gabriel actually looks good because he just didn't look horrible. And by the way, they were wrong. He was awful. But I think my point is, like, I think the bar is set so low for quarterbacks here that the classification of Shedeur looked good is like 175 yards, 2 tutties, and no INTs.
Very fair. Yeah, very fair. And so, but the other side of this, too, is that he doesn't have the same leash that Pete was describing for some of these other quarterbacks either. So he doesn't get the, hey, it didn't go well in your first start and a half. So we just get to maybe wait and revisit this conversation in a year and 12 starts later. He doesn't have that luxury. He just doesn't.
Yeah, Kay on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat said something of like, well, the stats, you can have a bad stat line, but winning is all that matters. I don't think for Shedeur. I really don't.
No. You can win this game where Judkins goes crazy, the defense makes a lot of plays, you win the game, and if Shedeur doesn't look the part, I got news for you guys, he's not going to be coming out there the next week.
Like the Miami game. Dylan Gabriel looked bad. He had 18 passes, and 6 of them stunk, or 6 of them were incompletions that should have been touchdowns or something otherwise. But because he won and because the Browns won, people were like, I don't know why. Of course he played well. He won.
Well, it was 13
but
of
that's
18.
Dylan Gabriel.
It was 13 of 18, and he had 2 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. We debated that game. We did. We debated that game with good reason, I think. And it's an important thing to note as we look into this game. How it looks does matter, and that can help Shedeur out in many ways. It can also hurt Shedeur as well.
Now, that being said, are you ready for some, I would say, brown and orange colored glasses content here?
Well, I'm always ready for that.
Well, Nick Costos, who's always on Baskin and Phelps. I think he hosts an hour every day. Nick Costos was on with the...
he hosts an hour on Baskin and Phelps?
Yeah. They go get some lentil. They maybe get... there's a great soup spot down the road, maybe a coffee.
They just take off and
some ham warmers.
And then Nick is just out here just yelling.
Yeah, and then Dan will pitch in like, hey, Dan, hey, Nick, what about this? And then Costos will riff for another 15, 20 minutes. And then eventually he wraps up and the midday boys get back into it. But Nick Costos was on Middays today and basically said success in Cleveland.
Yes, they're 0-5 on the road, but I don't know, like it feels like a lot of those teams are good, and then they lost a fluky game to the Jets, so I don't necessarily put a ton of stock into that. And I'll just repeat, just on the Browns overall, like I actually think like this season is a success for Cleveland. So many of the young players are good. Like how good is Schlesinger? He's going to be an all-pro. Like, Fannon's good. Like, Mason Graham's good. This is exactly what you wanted this season to be. The Browns were never going to the playoffs this year. And I was consistent in the offseason with you guys. Like, the quarterback of the future is not on the roster. And now you've set yourself up with multiple first-round picks in next year's draft, like a good young nucleus of players, and now you can go get your quarterback and really cook with gas next year. I actually think, like, this season is like a smashing success for the Cleveland Browns, even if the record doesn't show it.
All right, one, I just realized that Nick Costos sounds like my buddy Bill Ryder on helium and cocaine.
Ryder than you.
Yeah. It's twice as fast, and his voice is twice as high as well than Bill. But Bill has better opinions than whatever that just was. There's never a season in the NFL that you can say is a smashing success if you're on pace for 3 wins if you're lucky.
Yeah, when you start off the commentary saying you're 0-5 on the road, but some of those teams look good. Like what do we do? You started off with 0-5 on the road. That's hard. It felt like the commentary from someone that, as Nick is, he's not in Cleveland. He's in New York, and he's not really worried about the Browns outside of for when he does the hits here, and that's okay. I don't begrudge him for that in the slightest bit. I think he does a good job. I think his research is always top notch. I like Nick overall. I do, but like that missed it. That felt like something you could say for something that you're not really committed to or not really, living and dying every single day, which he's not.
Yeah. Now, if you said in the next 7 games the Browns went 3 for 4, so basically play 500 ball and don't get blown out again, so you still end up just a 5-win team. But either Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders makes you think twice about drafting a quarterback next year. Then you can start using words like success. If you found a starting quarterback in this thing, Even if you won 5 games, but 2 wins, you might get to 3 wins. I mean, even from here, if they go 0-7 down the stretch and they still look at Shedeur and go, that's a quarterback of our future, it still cannot be fully successful until we see him win at this level.
Basically, what Nick was saying was that the draft picks were smashing success. If he would have reframed it as that, of like the season stinks, the season's going nowhere, obviously this isn't great, you might clean house at the end of the season, you might keep everybody, but you might clean house at the end of the season, but hey, your draft picks, how about that draft class for 2025? That's essentially what he was trying to say.
Yeah, I know, but even that, it's like the expectation is you draft well. I mean, if you have 4 top 70 picks, the expectation is all of those. This is another way that the Browns have just normalized bad football. Like in
the Andrew Berry time, we haven't seen him have a draft like this, and so I think that's why it's getting a lot of attention right now. No,
definitely fair. And I'm not trying to take away credit for this. I just think in proper context, like the Baltimore Ravens usually have 3 or 4 guys that come in as rookies and play really well.
Yeah.
Right? Even if, and now in fairness, I think between Graham, Schlesinger, Judkins, and Fannin, I don't think they're just 4 guys playing really well. I think all 4 guys at the very least are good starters in the NFL. So that's maybe a little bit on
but what is interesting, though,
upper quartile of it.
I do see more people talking the way that Costos is, not smashing success necessarily, but when they rank out these teams, they're not like, they don't look at us the way they look at the Saints. They don't look at us the way they look at the Raiders right now. They don't look at us the way that they look at the Jets. Like some of these really, really awful NFL teams, there's at least the idea of like, yeah, okay, you're not winning games, but you don't feel like the worst of the NFL. And I don't, that it shouldn't make you feel any better that you're not the absolute dead last of the NFL.
Are they watching the games? Because I don't think they are.
No, they're not. That's the point, though. That's the point. Like Costos doesn't. He watches them because he's a gambler, but he's not invested in every minute of every Browns game. There's a million games going on.
Do you think maybe he just had a really nice bet come in on the Browns, and that's just curried some extra points for him?
I'd love to know what bet it was, unless it was like sack total for Myles Garrett. I want to know. I want to know what bet he's having. But yeah,
prop bet.
The gambler brain is wired that way, Nick. Where it's like one big bet on Myles Garrett would be enough for him to be like, hey, this is a pretty good situation.
Took
that they
the
have
under
going
in
on
one
here.
of those early ugly games and he's never forgotten it.
It's a pretty good situation.
Made it whole in the end. 216-474-0092. Nick Costos saying this season for the Browns he would consider it a smashing success. I think you're right. I think that's something you can say if you're not watching every single game. I think the draft picks, the first 4 draft picks, that's been great. I think certainly the defense has really given you reason to hope in the future. I just think like everything else can't be diminished because of a couple of positive things with the Browns.
For sure, and I don't think we're doing it, but it is interesting.
I think the Browns might. I think that's the concern.
Well,
I think Jimmy Haslam might say
the Browns
smashing success.
And the sad part is you're noticing the narrative across, whether it's Colin Cowherd tweeting on what was that, Monday or Tuesday, talking about how positive things were for the Browns, and then you got Costos over here. Like they're going to try to get that out there as often as they can.
I might have a new side hustle to consider. We talk about it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson and my friend.
thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. I don't know why.
That got me.
I don't know.
I turned on my mic to speak first, and then I looked at JP, and he looked like he wanted to do a read, and I was like, I kind of motioned to him, and he just went, "Oh yeah,
oh yeah."
Somebody
it's just
was
a read. I don't know.
Very excited to do a read there.
They're so excited. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
The lead coming up in 15 minutes. Obviously, we'll continue to talk a lot about the Browns as they get ready for the Raiders game on Sunday. The Lakers thing's wild, though. Just as a quick aside, the fact that Jeannie Buss is going to remain the team governor and oversee day-to-day operations of the team under new ownership. It was supposed to be the case with Mark Cuban, then it wasn't allowed.
Which is kind of what we thought would happen here with Jeannie as well, where you just kind of then get shuffled out the way it's supposed to go.
But what's wild is that Mark Walters, the new Lakers owner, fired her brothers, Joey and Jesse. And the only way you can take that, no matter whether you cover the Lakers day by day or not, is that Jeannie totally was like, hey, just so you know, when you, as part of buying this, can you get rid of those idiots? Because I don't know if you've done any reading into the Buss family squabbles since Dr. Jerry Buss died.
Well, yeah.
It's intense.
It is intense. Well, and I have that stupid Netflix show that was basically like trying to be the Buss family. But
That's part of the tension.
I have that in my brain because the brothers were just such nincompoops.
Yep.
They were such idiots. And so in my mind, I just think to myself, I'm like, of course they got fired. I'd fire them too.
Also,
bunch of idiots.
But of course they're pissed because that's how they're being portrayed in a show that her sister's kind of spearheading. That's not great. Still funny.
Very funny.
Very funny. Now, that being said, I got 3 kids. I got one that's a couple years away from college.
Oh, I thought you were just going to surprise me right there. I got one on the way. I was like, Nick!
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
happened?
Bobby. I think you know what
One got
happened.
past the goalie.
I think you would know what happened. Big Daddy likes to get down. That's what would happen. So I'm always looking like, hey, is there a way to pick up extra scratch? Is there a way, any other way to kind of just get a little extra cheddar, given it's expensive on these streets to have a family? Somebody sent something, a family member sent this to me last night, and I think they were joking, but I'm not entirely sure. Have you seen the mukbanging videos?
Okay, so I'm aware of what mukbanging is, but I almost feel like we need to... Should I give you my definition of it first, and we'll see if it's close?
Yes, because I think it's important that the audience is going to hear mukbanging, and if you're not familiar with it, you might take it one way. What is your definition?
It sounds very, very sexual. Yes, it does. So it's just you basically eat a lot of food on the internet, and you live stream it, and then you talk as you eat.
Yes, that's pretty much my understanding of it.
Okay, and I've seen it now. Does it have to be a live stream or no? Like, do the people I watch on TikTok that have a bunch of food that they eat?
I'm pretty sure it's got to be. I don't know. It has to be live stream, but I'm pretty sure that's the most popular content.
Okay, but it's a lot of food. It's an absurd amount of food.
Well, no. So there is the extreme eating, which is one thing that can be done. There's if you have like a spicy food challenge. There's like a bunch of little buckets.
That falls into it as well.
So you can do a lot of different stuff.
Basically,
ASMR.
Food is your genre.
Yes.
Okay.
But oh, by the way, lifestyle stuff within the food.
Can you be sports talking food, or does that not work?
So they do have storytelling and lifestyle content as well.
But can you be exclusively I'm the sports mukbanger?
I think you can.
I don't know. Does it play?
I wouldn't just want to limit myself to just sports mukbanging.
Well, so how now they have live streams of people that sleep.
Yeah.
So people do live streams of them just sleeping for 8 hours, and then they get up, and then that's the live stream, and people thousands of people will watch these things. So people love just just kind of watching people go about their day. For some reason, it's wildly fascinating to people.
This is not too far. I've said at Nick Wilson does. The idea for an OnlyFans for Nick Wilson. I wouldn't make the tawdry content. I'm a married man, and happily so. But I could see myself having a OnlyFans where I just shirtless eat pizza and talk sports.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
I think this might be the less.
Well, I don't know that you need an OnlyFans for that. Can't you just do the mukbanging on I don't know,
yeah,
Twitch
but
or
the
something?
Subscription-based part of this would be very nice too.
Well, we can give out super chats. We can do all sorts of things, right?
$12.99 a month to watch Nick do this with great regularity. That feels a little more committed. But I think the fan might have a problem with me on OnlyFans, where if just on Nick Talk, and Nick Wilson says if I mukbang. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
No, we agree with that. Yeah, I feel like you being on OnlyFans might cross a line that people aren't interested in it. Not like the people here that work. I'm sure there's people that are interested in what you do on OnlyFans. I mean, like the people, like your employment here might have an issue with that.
Yeah. Because there would be people interested, just so you know.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously.
Look at these shoulders.
Not discrediting
kind of
that.
chest hair, you know what I'm talking about there?
Obviously, there's some people that would be interested, but
I like the way you said some people there. But
the bosses here may not be 100% interested in that. So, all right, so how do we start this venture for yourself then?
I mean, I think I just get 2 pizzas and
just see how it goes.
Go on Nick Talk Live. Yeah.
All right, that's a good start.
You think
that's a good. Now
they'd
people
be
are
mad here? Because they're going to hear mukbang and they're going to get concerned because they don't know what it means, and then they're going to see the content.
Well, I don't think you have to like outwardly say mukbanging all the time on it. I think it just it just exists, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd never heard the guy in the video that somebody sent me, which is where this suggestion came from. He didn't use the M word at all.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah. Just go on there and just eat and see what happens.
He treated it kind of like a pejorative when somebody popped up calling it, "Oh, this is my favorite M-word content." He seemed a little offended by it.
I mean, if anything, you just seem like you're eating a lot of food while just talking about sports.
Yeah, like I feel like the only real change for me here is there's just be a camera on. I eat a lot of food.
There's not much of a difference between the breaks. What's going on?
I mean, we edit ourselves a little bit there.
Well, we eat.
Yeah,
we talk.
By the way,
that's the show.
Do I even? I don't think I'd be first on the moon on this. I think Baskin and Phelps already do it.
That's right. I got a lot of videos of the 3 of them, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw that in the mix.
Yeah.
Baskin already waits at the camera.
I was going to say, like, would Andy get mad at me for stealing his bid if I'm out here monetizing mukbanging?
If you're not, somebody should be. I guess people are.
I don't know what that response means.
Well, people obviously are doing it. It's got a term on the internet. People are obviously doing it.
216-474-0092.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not in depth on a mukbanging conversation.
I feel like you're on.
I don't qualify.
Baristas doing strip teases.
I don't qualify. Here's why I don't qualify. In order to be a good mukbanger, you either have to be. I don't want to offend you now. You either have to be a larger human.
Oh no!
Thank you. You've given me the pass to say fat. So you either have to be fat.
The what pass?
The Peterlin pass.
Oh, darn right.
The Peterlin pass.
Or you got to be one of those guys that looks so incredibly in shape that it feels like when they're doing it, it's like, oh, geez, I didn't even know this guy ate food ever. You know, but they're like so jacked and they're so in shape that it becomes comical that they're eating that much food. And so, like, you got to be one or the other, and I don't fall in either one of those buckets.
One suggestion is I might not be fat enough to be a very successful mukbanger. Right?
Wow.
They're like, you're a big guy, but you're not that fat. I don't know what that fat is.
I mean, now you just put me in a no-win situation.
What's your answer? Am I too fat? Or am I the right amount of fat?
I think you're the right amount of fat. I think you are. I think you're the perfect amount for a mukbanging experience.
Yeah. 216.
I want to see a guy like you be a mukbanger.
216-474-0092.
You're the perfect amount. I look at the screen on there and I'm like, this fits.
Is this a viable option?
This makes sense to me.
To make a little extra. A little extra cheddar. Keith just texted us. I was just about to text you a shot at the midday show. I was going to say they want to get on the internet, right? They want to be broadcast from 10 to 2. Maybe if we agree to put some of their mukbanging stuff out there, they might also.
Also not fat enough is the problem there. Baskin and Phelps not fat enough for this discussion. What was that look? Oh, what was that look?
Well, because you got to, part of it, you got to take off the shirt and show the belly. Both of them have a little belly.
Oh, they're not fat enough, man. You want to see?
You're not fat enough.
Thank you, but you want to see somebody that is like knocking on the doorstep of like, will this burger take them out?
This is like sumo wrestling. It's like sumo wrestling. You've got the heavyweights, you got the bantamweights. Jeff and Andy would be bantamweight guys of
You're
mukbang.
like that's a 12-pack of Krispy Kremes, and I don't know if he's going to make it through all 12. That's what you want with your mukbangers.
Well, thank you for your vote of confidence. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Cash, love it! Hate it! Coming up at 6:30 today, Cash going to give us his picks for the week. We obviously have plenty to get to with the Cleveland Browns as well. The big Alex Wright signing. A lot of news. Shador's first start.
What are you laughing at over there? Still on the mukbanging?
No, mukbang.
That's
Mac
right.
corrected us. It's mukbang. So we'll get that right. Also, Keith sent us like 4 videos in the break of Andy Baskin eating. I've gone from thinking, should I make mukbang videos, which it's a Korean word for like basically videoing you as you eat, like that's the loose translation. Should I do that, to thinking there's no way that I can out mukbang Andy Baskin. I just don't think it can be done.
So you know how people on like TikTok, they'll post videos that we have posted on our different channels, and then they'll post them, and then they'll get the credit for it?
Yes.
Just do that with Baskin. Just like go on the different mukbang sites and just put Baskin out there for people, and then watch your page explode.
Baskin would be so pissed.
He doesn't have control over it. Welcome to the internet, my friend.
It'd be even funnier. The Lead. Here, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, joined them on the boys. Earlier today, she was asked about her expectations for Shador Sanders' first start on Sunday.
I think it's going to go well in some spots, and I think there will be some mistakes. My whole thing with Shador for this Sunday is that I think he's going to have to play within himself and not try to be legendary in this game, not try to do too much and prove to the world that he should have been taken in the first round or that he should be the Browns starting quarterback for the next 100 years. He's got to try to just manage the game to the best of his ability and not try to go nuts out there, because that's when he's going to run into problems. That's when he's going to press. That's when he's going to retreat and revert to some bad behaviors.
Respectfully, I need him to be himself, and I need him to go for some of the big plays. You are not going to win this job long term and impress anybody doing your best Dylan Gabriel impression. How about you try doing your best Shador Sanders impression? Because that one I think is going to be good enough.
Yeah, listen, we should expect the Cleveland Browns to try and put Shador Sanders into the system quarterback game managing box, because that's what Kevin Stefanski did to Joe Flacco. And so I think that's it. The funny thing is, I'm reasonably confident that Shador can be better than he was on Sunday against Baltimore. I'm not sure how much, by the way, but a full week of practice, a full week of attention, maybe get those first play vibes out of your system. I think he can be better, but the number one fear I have on him not being any good on Sunday is Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Rees, who, of course, were the guys who told Joe Flacco, hey, Joe, that no risky, no biscuit's great. We're just going to have you be a check down Charlie.
I'll be really disappointed if it seems very early on that Shador has listened to, and that is what he's going to do. I don't think he will, though.
I don't think he can keep it holstered for a whole game.
I agree. I just don't think he can. Emory Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan, joined us today at 3. He explained why he doesn't like the 5th-round pick label attached to Shador Sanders.
He was my number 1 quarterback in the class, and I compared him to Joe Burrow. When the game is on the line, when you need those gotta-have-it moments, that's what Shador really excels. But my thing is, people are always fascinated. When you talk about 5th-round picks, he's not a 5th-round talent. He went in the 5th round. That's like saying Isaiah Bond is an undrafted talent. No, he was a 1st or 2nd-round talent that just happened to go undrafted because of unforeseen issues. But these are the same people that had Shador Sanders as day 1 pick or a 2nd-round talent. Now, these are the same ones that are telling us that the 2026 class is going to be great with Nussmeier, Beck, Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik, Lenore Sellers. Not one of these same people mentioned Moore, Simpson, and Mendoza. So why would we listen to those same people when they just told us that their evaluation of talent ain't worth the paper it's printed on? So to me, it's okay to get a quarterback wherever you get him, just as long as he can play, because we've seen it done with Jalen Hurts, Andy Dalton, Russell Wilson, Drew Brees, Kaepernick, Purdy, Cousins, Favre, Moon, Brady, Derek Carr, Montana, Boomer Esiason, Dak Prescott, Tony Romo, Matt Hasselbeck, Ken Anderson, Jeff Garcia, Cunningham, Warner, Fouts. Can I go on?
I think he got it all there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I love the draft analyst on draft analyst crime there.
That was good.
I also think, to me, I get almost annoyed when people say 5th-round pick because, I get annoyed when people say Dylan Gabriel's a 3rd-round pick. I don't care how many teams had a 4th-round grade on him. I didn't. I think the kid is a career backup, and I think those guys should be taken in the 6th or 7th round. So, to me, Dylan has already disproven the idea that just because you're a 3rd rounder, it means you're a 3rd-round talent.
I thought the Isaiah Bond point was really interesting as well. I don't know if we can use that in the future as some sort of a real arrow in our quiver of sorts. I don't know, but it sounded good in the moment. He's right. We don't think of Isaiah Bond as an undrafted free agent wide receiver, but that isn't. I mean, if you want to go by the nuts and bolts of it, that is what he is. And so there'll be a little bit of an interesting back and forth in how the presentation of it all is attached.
I'm surprised at how many people I find in our business, or even some fans, that buy into draftism, meaning they've watched Shedeur play and they've watched Dylan Gabriel play, and they come away thinking Dylan is more talented. Dylan might be more pro-ready. That might be an argument you get to make at the end of this next week here if Shedeur looks poor on Sunday against the Raiders. But in terms of physical talent, I saw a guy have to whole ass it on a 22-yard loft pass that was a touchdown, in fairness, on Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
In the way that, Josh Allen would whole ass it on a 95-yard Hail Mary pass. And then I saw a guy effortlessly flick his wrist and throw the great pass to Harold Fannin after having tons of bad plays previous to it.
And so we talk about Stefanski getting inside some of these quarterbacks and maybe not helping them out the best. I talked with this on Sunday with Coach Riz in the pregame. The idea that you mentioned how it felt like with Dylan Gabriel and that ball that just took forever to get there. I was like, where did that come from? Because at Oregon, Dylan Gabriel didn't make 22-yard throws seem like they took forever. I'm not saying he's the world's greatest quarterback, but he could throw a 22-yard pass and not just lob it up there. And Lance, he gave all sorts of different reasons with his hip movement, or lack thereof with his hip movement, and how he just seems a little bit different and his mechanics are off and something is not normal to what he used to see at Oregon. And I'm like, well, how much of that is Kevin Stefanski? How much of that is him getting in there and fixing and rerouting his mechanics to a spot where it does seem like he's laboring to even get a 22-yard throw across? And in that regard, Shedeur has not been impacted that way at all by the Browns in any sort of way, where Dylan clearly has been.
Alex Wright agreed to a 3-year, $33 million extension with the Browns today. Jim Schwartz said this is a good sign of the team's ability to develop players.
Really proud of Alex, too. Alex has played really good football for us and just been derailed by a couple injuries. Number one, he is a physical presence in the run game. He's got great size. Some of our best plays on the edge are Alex taking on pullers and knocking tight ends back, and those are things we really value, and he's rushed really well for us, too. I think it's a good sign also when you're drafting and developing your players. We know how hard it is to sign those guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys, obviously. Devin Bush having a career year. Alex Wright, as he talked about. Malik Collins having a career year. Shelby Harris. Ronnie Hickman Jr. might be a second-team All-Pro when this is all said and done. Even guys like Aiden Huntington that aren't even supposed to be in the league are one of the top 10 best defensive players on this roster. You're getting a lot of production in a lot of places that you couldn't have predicted before the season. And a lot of that credit goes to Jim Schwartz. No other real way to look at it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Jim Schwartz was talking about the organization. In fairness, the only real spot I've seen development is on the defense under Jim Schwartz. And that is That's I think is incredibly damning to Kevin Stefanski, no matter who the quarterback is, because quite frankly, there have been years where the linebacking crew wasn't good here, or there have been times where your safeties were 75-year-old Rodney McLeod and undrafted free agents. So they've continuously, the Browns have, under Jim Schwartz on the defensive side of the ball, developed players, just haven't done it on the offensive side of the ball. Now, when it comes to Alex Wright, I think if they weren't in cap purgatory and we weren't already worried about the amount of money being spent on the defense as opposed to the offense, with the amount of holes they have on offense, I probably wouldn't look at this deal twice because he's a really good player. But between that and the injuries, that's the only part of this. Nothing to do with Alex Wright makes you think, I don't know about this. It's all the circumstantial stuff.
No question about it. We got to keep Jim Schwartz here at all costs. That's the point. All right. Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Joined the morning show today. He said that it's okay for the Cavs to be facing adversity this early on in the season.
Like, I talked to Nick Nurse a couple of years ago, and he was like, all right, and this is before they traded DeMar DeRozan, but essentially what they kept doing is the same thing Cleveland is doing now, where they're like hitting their head come postseason time, despite the fact they're dominating the regular season. And Nick Nurse was like, hey, we're going to sacrifice some games in the regular season in order to change some stuff up, experiment. That way we get to the postseason and we'll be able to, give you a couple of different looks. And it's, to some extent, it's what Donovan Mitchell said a couple of days ago. It's like we didn't face any adversity last year because they had like a 15-game win streak, a 12-game win streak, another 12-game win streak. They really cruised. And once they did face some adversity, they were ill-equipped to handle it. So I think it's okay to get a little adversity and, fiddle around with the offense a little bit early on in the season.
Yeah, I understand what Justin's saying. I don't get the sense that Cavs fans are actually panicking in large droves about where the Cavs are because they're still 10-6.
Yeah, what was weird about yesterday though is they went down, and then you expected Donovan to have a big, rough first half, and you're like, all right, Donovan will turn it around, and he did. And then they got to within a point coming out of the fourth quarter, and usually that's where when the Cavs erase a deficit and they come back in a game, it's like they snatch the soul of these other teams and they just take it away, and it feels like something dies within these other teams, and then they're able just to kind of run away within the fourth quarter. And with Houston, that just didn't happen. That way, it was different last night. You just waited for Houston to fold like all these other teams have. And to their credit, the Rockets, they didn't fold.
Yeah, and honestly, Donovan was really good in the fourth quarter, but I did hear a reemergence of does that Donovan help you win? And it's like, honestly, if that Donovan didn't show up with 19 points in the fourth quarter, you would have lost by 50 points.
I think halfway through the third, he had like 8 total points, and it was it was interesting. The whole setup of it all was interesting. So it was an odd game, but I was surprised. I got to take Houston seriously. The length of that team really disrupted the Cavs, but in general, I'm taking them seriously after that because I've seen a lot of teams break in that fourth quarter, and they didn't.
It's tough without Darius.
It is.
Like, Lonzo's giving you quality minutes, Craig Porter Jr.'s giving you quality minutes, and the length really did bug the Cavs last night. It bugged everybody. It wasn't just Donovan, but Darius being out there just gives you another playmaker, and that takes your bigs to another level. I don't know. I'm still I'm surprised how much yesterday didn't bug me, even if I was like, man, it'd be really nice if Evan Mobley really stepped up.
No, but I think a lot of people are living where I think we both are, where it's like, well, without Darius, really what this has done is stress how important Darius is to this team. Yeah. I think it's been a good reminder for a lot of fans out there.
One game and Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, and the power of that one game, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
In last weekend's matchup with the Bengals, the veteran quarterback is looking to play this weekend when the Steelers visit the Bears. Week 12 in the NFL kicks off tonight. The Bills visit the Texans for Thursday Night Football. You can hear Westwood One's coverage of Thursday Night Football right here on The Fan following the Kevin Stefanski Show. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Lot of food talk. Since the old mukbang conversation, a lot of food talk in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. I think if your boy bought a bag of, let's say, Cool Ranch Doritos, a big bag, and I just was going to town like Andy Baskin, ate like you're talking now. So okay, now I'm eating I think it might send the chat numbers, the YouTube numbers through the roof.
I didn't know the chat was trying to describe what food you were going to eat. For some reason, I just always thought it'd be burgers. I don't know why.
Oh, pizza, burgers, chips. I'd vary it up, right? Although I could.
You can't do the same food every single time, but there's going to be like a greatest hits. It's like, oh, we love when Nick eats those burgers.
So basically, it'd be just a fat man's version of ripping off Dave Portnoy, but I just wouldn't give a grade.
No pizza review.
I'd be like, today I've got it's the chicken bacon ranch from here's this spot, and you guys are going to watch me eat it. But I wouldn't say, I would just be like, oh, I really like this. But I wouldn't be like, 8.2.
I mean, I can't even be like, how bored is the internet if this is like what we've gotten to? We're just watching people eat and then just go about their day is what we take in as content. But we take in all sorts of content these days. I can't judge. I watch all sorts of people do things that are very, very boring.
Like what?
Like golf, for instance. I watch golf YouTube videos all the time, and people would be like, well, that's kind of boring. I don't know. I enjoy it.
So here's the interesting thing about that. Is I think with the kids' generation, it's only going to get worse. Like, my kids will watch.
Well, they're not even good golfers.
No.
I watch. They're bad. They're bad golfers.
I remember, stumbling upon my kids watching adults playing with toys. Because the adults came with like stories on it, and I remember just being like horrified the first time I saw them. Like, what the hell is this? Like, these people are perverts, I guess. It turns out they're not perverts. They're very popular. Well, they might be perverts, but they're not on that.
My nephew he'll watch other people play video games for hours on end. He's not playing the video game at all. He's just watching them play the video game.
Matt, you do some of this too.
This is such a normal thing for their generation.
I'll watch other people play video games.
What do you get out of it?
I mean, for me, it's almost just like hanging out with a friend and watching them play.
So it takes me back to
that was my least favorite part of hanging out with friends.
It takes me back to my childhood when you used to you'd pass the controller. Like, you lost the game, you passed the controller, and then you'd sit there and you'd wait with your other buddies, but you'd kind of, you just kind of hang out, but you'd be waiting to play again. Like, that was the whole point, is to play the game.
It eventually came back around to you, the idea that you'd be waiting and you never get to play. That was a whole thing, though. My personal hell right there.
That was a whole thing.
See, for me, it's almost like depending on who I'm watching, because I'll watch different, content creators for.
We're talking about video games now.
Yes, we're talking about video games.
Not other content creators.
No, not like
very
your leisure.
skilled as they may be.
No, but for me, it's depending on the different personality for different games and stuff like that. Like,
my little nephew, he says it's all about strategy and everything too. Like, he'll pick up little
like that.
Yeah, like little tricks here and there by watching some of these guys. Like, he loves it.
Mac, again, we're talking about video game players when he talks about the tricks there.
Okay, I appreciate you explaining that out there.
Yeah, you're welcome. 216-474-0092. I try really hard not to be, I don't understand this. The generation thing, I try like the 6-7 thing. I've embraced it because it's fun. They're having fun.
They're having fun.
I don't understand this push to being like, listen, when people have like, I live in the Cayman Islands and I have, here's my beach life. I understand that living vicariously.
It's something to aspire to.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the other person's boring life, which is just as boring as yours, somehow bringing you out of your boring life, I will tell you, I'm still actively working to understand that.
I don't get it either, but this is not where we're at. I just put out whatever content and people will take it in, apparently. So like you eating Doritos, apparently it could be a big hit out there.
The internet is not.
Listen, when the internet goes in your favor, you don't ask questions.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We just
accept it.
We just try and get that money train while we possibly can.
Get it rolling.
And then I'll be on the Cayman Islands. Now, all this being said, we talked a lot about Shador's first start here. I think the most divisive question I can ask right now is, whether one good game locks in Shedeur to start the rest of the season, because I think you could ask 10 different people, and I think you'd get some iteration of 10 different answers.
Well, here's the easy and the right answer, Nick. The easy and right answer is yes. It locks it in. One good game, and we can maybe talk about what that exactly looks like, but one game where everyone walks away and you're unequivocally like, this looked like an offense, and this is how this is supposed to look, then yes, Shedeur Sanders, congratulations. You get to start for the rest of the season.
This is going to be one of the arguments that we have where you're saying what it should be, and I'm saying what it will be.
Well, and so this is hard. This has been the whole crux of it all. Is like we have to do 3 different conversations when we're having these Browns conversations. It's like, what do you think? Also, what do you think Kevin Stefanski will do? Also, what do you think Andrew Berry and Haslam will do? And it's like that. It becomes very confusing.
In fairness, I saw enough from Shedeur's last start, the good. I'm talking about the final drive.
Yeah.
Then unless he just looks unplayable, I'd rather watch what I saw on that final drive from Shedeur for the final 7 games of the season than see Dillon Gabriel again in a starter capacity. If he wants to be the backup, that's fine, because I think that's his role.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think this goes back to the same trend we've realized. Dillon Gabriel has one good game, and that satiates Stefanski for 4 or 5 games, right? I think with Shedeur, I think one good game's nice. I think one good game just buys him a second game. I really do. And now maybe 2 good games in a row.
It's a crime if it goes down that way.
But I think that's the way it's going to go down. I think they're going to make him earn every opportunity here, as opposed to Dillon, who I think in their opinion has already earned it.
I think what he's going to argue is that we need to see him be more consistent. And the only way to see that then is to actually play him, though. You know what I mean? Like if the end result of a really good game on Sunday, I think they'll turn around and be like, well, where was that for the half of a game last week? And then they'll point to the preseason where he had one really good game and one really not good game. And I think the inconsistency part of his story is going to pop up, and I would say the only way you can have him counter that is actually play him and see what happens.
Well, I think the problem here is I think we're looking at this game as the totality of the Shedeur experience. It's just the tip of the iceberg for the Browns. It's apparent that Kevin, there was something in the pre-draft process he didn't like. There was something about Shedeur that he just went and said, that kid's not NFL ready. Or maybe that kid's just not the kind of quarterback
by the way, did you see what Stephen A. Smith said yesterday, if you believe his sources? Do you believe his sources?
Sure. And depending on what he says. Yeah.
He says that Stefanski obviously loved Dillon Gabriel. That part's a check mark. But he says Andrew Berry's the one that loves Shedeur.
Oh, I feel like that's
from what he's been told. Andrew Berry's the one that loves
I feel
Shedeur.
like that makes total sense. I feel like I've said that before.
Well, I mean, he's saying as if he's talked to people in the building.
No, I know. I mean, so I'm not surprised at all, because that was always my read on it.
My read on it was always it was Haslam that loved Shedeur, and I didn't know about Andrew Berry.
Yeah,
Andrew Berry was a question mark to me.
To me, what I think tipped it off was the sideline interactions between Andrew Berry and Shedeur in the preseason.
Where they seemed genuine, they were talking to each other. They seemed like they were genuinely pulling for each other.
That was a genuine reaction between the two of them. And every time I've seen Shedeur and Kevin speak, it's been very clinical.
Is this why Andrew Berry hasn't spoken the entire season? He didn't want to accidentally slip up and let it be like, yeah, I love Shedeur.
No,
I've always loved Shedeur.
I still think Andrew Berry hasn't spoken because they're going to pin this all on Kevin Stefanski and move off him at the end of the season.
I guess I hadn't been looking at Andrew Berry as the supporter that Stephen A. was trying to paint him as.
Does it change your feeling on Andrew Berry?
Not really, because I don't really trust much of what Stephen A. is putting out there at the moment anyway, but it is an interesting little angle to it.
But so Sunday's game is not the whole enchilada, it's the tip of the iceberg. Meaning that if Kevin Stefanski has negative feelings, whether it's about Shedeur in general or just Shedeur's readiness, that goes all the way back to March. And so for Shedeur to overcome that for 8-9 months of, hey, you're not ready. Kevin has proven he can be stubborn. He can be stuck in his way of thinking about certain players. Well, then one game can't possibly be enough to overcome whatever reservations Kevin has about Shedeur. It just can't be.
Well, it's going to have to be, because if the offense looks like it has a life and has something to it, then I need Stefanski to wake up his eyes. And I need to actually have him see if it looks as good as we're describing this one game looking, then he's got to be, we always use the word, like, is he sabotaging Shedeur? That's not what would be happening. He'd be sabotaging himself. Is what would be happening here. Like if you're just going to play blind to it and just pretend that it's not existing you want to put Dillon in, then you're just being you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
I think one good play or one good game does earn him another game as starter. It just doesn't earn you the final 6 games of the season.
If we're talking about this game being as good as we're describing, then it's better than anything we've seen out of 6 games with Dillon Gabriel. So even if he reverses course and then has a bad game against the 49ers after this Raiders game, hey, Titans game, that's your rebound game. Go back out there and show us what you did in that Raiders game. Do it against the Titans.
Yeah, I don't think that's how Kevin's going to handle
Let's build
this.
off of this. Well, and that's what I'm saying.
I think you need building blocks across each game. I think he's going to have 2 or 3 solid games in a row to avoid going back to Dillon Gabriel.
But if he does that, if he instantly goes, all right, one bad game, moment you have one bad game, I guess you're out now, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot. You're sabotaging yourself if that's the case.
No, I mean, he's not going to see it that way because he believes in Dillon Gabriel.
But this is why I'm telling him now he needs to wake up. He needs to make sure that he
he'll listen.
And he might not because he's stubborn. He might not because the ego that he doesn't have.
No, come on.
This ego that he doesn't have. This big bad ego that he doesn't have.
Oh, gosh dang it, Blaine, dang it. No, he's the sweetest man in the world.
He needs to figure this out. He needs to. These are the tests you get to go ahead and try to pass. And by the way, you know what I think is going to change, and maybe we'll get him on the Shedeur side of things. The amount of people, it's going to piss me off, you know this, but the amount of people that after, if the game goes as well as we're describing it, there will be people lining up to credit Stefanski for this.
Oh, no, that's the beauty of all this.
And that's his drug.
Yeah.
His drug in all of this is the people lining up to be like, wow, you really handled this the right way, did you not? What a great job by you. Only the 2-time coach of the year could have pulled this magic trick off. And it's gonna be a drug, right? Hook it right up to him.
Yeah, but he's
gonna eat that up.
He can take that hit and then still go, well, because he's still not ready. We really magicked it up.
Once you get the first hit, that's all you need, Nick.
There's a couple songs about that, but he can totally go back on that. And I agree. By the way, I think if Shedeur's good on Sunday, all those people who laughed, Albert Breer's going to be like, didn't Kevin do a great job? Aren't you happy with that?
They're all going to go to that.
But the problem is, Kevin can still go, well, we moved heaven and earth to make Shedeur look good. I think we should go back to Dillon because it just doesn't take the same effort. It's an easier ride with Dillon. Yeah, that's how it's going to go.
Cut off your nose to spite your face. We've seen him do it before, so I can't put it past him if he does that. But I think I think the realization that he's going to get more credit than he thinks he will, I think that'll be something that'll hang on to. And at least that's just me being desperate and hoping that's the case. But if he looks good, you can't just after one game then say, Shedeur, all right, go back to riding the pine. I think that's an awful look by him.
Yeah, but it's what they're going to do.
I think it's an awful idea if that's the case. And you're right. I mean, you're probably more right than wrong on this. They probably will go back to doing that. And I will once again have to tell them for the millionth time that they are just doing things in an ass backwards way.
216-474-0092. Does one good game lock in that Shedeur starts the rest of the season for the Cleveland Browns? I don't need to go back to Dillon Gabriel. I don't think he's a starting quarterback. And honestly, the fact that he started more than 4 games is already a real problem if you know he's already a backup. Because then if you're starting a backup as your starter, you're really not giving your team any chance. That being said, I think it's going to be a longer road for Kevin Stefanski. I think it's going to be at least 2 games of good Shedeur. And if Shedeur follows up a good game against the Raiders on Sunday with a bad game against the 49ers the next week, well, I think you're going to be going back to Dillon Gabriel. And now 2 games, I think maybe it's enough. 2 good games, maybe. But I think Stefanski will pull this string out for as long as he can. And I think it goes back to the fear of the noise around Shedeur, the idea of we're afraid of him being the next Baker Mayfield.
I mean, at this point, I would sign up for that fear. You know what I mean? I would sign up for that.
But I don't think one game or maybe even 2 games at best.
No, it takes more than that. And that's why, again, the same way you can't bury somebody after a game and a half, you can't crown him after a game and a half either. But I do feel like you've earned, after the end of that one game, if it looks as good as we're describing, then you've earned the right to see what this is for the rest of the season. Because the other players, you're just not getting anything out of at this point.
Does one good game lock Shedeur in as the starter for the rest of the season? What say you? And inevitability in Deshaun Watson. I don't think you're going to like this inevitability. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
plate. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, a little bit of NBA news coming in here, or at least an NBA report. Kelly Iko, who works for Yahoo Sports, a national NBA reporter, saying LaMelo Ball has grown increasingly frustrated with the Hornets organization and is open to a trade away from the franchise. The report also says the Hornets are also increasingly frustrated with LaMelo Ball. I'm sure LaMelo would like to end up with the Lakers or the Clippers or somewhere out west. There's a part of me that feels so bad for Hornets fans who LaMelo is the first real box office. Kemba was great. Don't get me wrong with Kemba Walker. He was really only box office the last 2, maybe 3 years there. LaMelo has been must watch since the day he got to Charlotte. And for a myriad of reasons, some of his own doing, now the idea that the Hornets could lose since maybe peak Jamal Mashburn, maybe Baron Davis, although I think Baron was in New Orleans all the way. So maybe Larry Johnson, the most bankable star they've had. For valid reasons. Oh, I kind of feel bad for Hornets fans.
I just need Mac to play the audio of him going, ball, ball.
No, by the way, I said he's cooked, right? I said he was cooked. 2 days later, it
when
comes
you're screaming
out.
for the ball to then pass the ball after you get the ball.
Yes, that's not a good sign.
It's not a good sign.
Deion Waiters was at the top of the court doing jumping jacks for LeBron. I think it was 2 weeks later his ass found himself in Miami.
So you feel bad for Hornets fans here, I would imagine?
No, this sucks. And by the way, the kid has not played a full season since Borrego left.
I know. I kind of thought Hornets fans were coming to the conclusion, though, that he's probably not a number one on a team. He's probably a really good number two on a team. And so I don't know what you do with that information, but
I think they were just frustrated he wasn't playing a lot. Like, I don't think he's played more than 50 games since the end of the 22 season.
Welcome to the Ball family.
Oh, that's not fair.
Well, Lonzo doesn't play. I mean, he plays now in the Cavs.
Yeah,
but for 3 years, he didn't play.
Yeah, because the Bulls blew up his knee and then didn't take care of him. That's on the Bulls. That's not on Lonzo. I'll take your LaMelo Ball slander. You leave my ball alone.
The Ball family have their family reunions at hospitals, Nick.
Okay, that's funny.
All right.
I like that.
Thank you.
216-474-0092. Would you trade Darius Garland for LaMelo Ball? Now he pivots. Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Morning Boys today. We did play a little bit of her audio in the lead earlier today, but she had a point about Deshaun Watson's practice window and where Deshaun will be next year.
They do not have any kind of a deadline for opening up the 21-day practice window. In a perfect world, they would probably wait until the offseason to put him out on the practice field. There might be a world in which they decide, let's open up the window, throw him out on the practice field, and see what he can do. And I know he would love that. He would absolutely love that. He feels ready to go. But I think that they're going to be very, very careful with him. And he will be on the team next year. He will definitely be on the team next year. There are too many cap considerations for him to get cut or anything like that. He will be around.
So this goes back to the opposite of what we had in the Shedeur and whether one game should change the fate for him. Because there's the what should happen, and then there's the what will happen. Mm-hmm. I'm still praying for some sort of cap genie move that allows the Browns to cut Deshaun Watson this offseason so I don't ever have to see him play again for the Cleveland Browns.
I think when you hear something like that from Mary Kay, though, it puts it on the table. Oh, you're not going to love hearing this, but like it does, it puts it on the table, the idea that if they don't draft a quarterback...
You're rage baiting me.
If they don't draft a quarterback, your starter in 2026 is on the table. It could be Deshaun. Think about it this way. They never activate him. They never put the window. They never activate the window or anything like that and put him on the practice field.
So you save him for 2026.
You do this whole
so you
off
can
season.
Do the passable thing that he doesn't suck anymore.
You do the whole off season, and then you enter. You could even draft a quarterback and then have the quarterback start behind Deshaun in this instance as well. Again, do whatever you got to do.
So another 700 day layoff for Deshaun Watson.
See how this franchise works though. Like I could see a scenario where they look at him, they let him go through all the different quarterback competitions through camp, and then the reports reports come back that he looks awesome in camp, because he always has looked awesome in camp. It's been on the field that's a problem. And as long as he stays healthy, I could see a scenario where they actually do put him on the field.
Man, I got to be honest with you. If you would like Browns, I listen, if he has to be on the roster because of cap considerations, I understand it. But Deshaun going into any situation as the starter cannot be seen as anything other than a disaster, especially if he doesn't play at all this year. I think you're right. I think if you're the Browns and you think, you know what, we're not going to take a quarterback, we're going to wait for 2027. Maybe there's another trade down that happens this year to accrue more picks into 2027 for more chances of one of those quarterbacks. And we'll take a left tackle and a wide receiver. And so that way, by 2027, everything's ready and raring to roll with that for that young quarterback. I can see them making that play. But if the play is then to turn around and your quarterback room is Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dillon, good luck getting anyone to show up week 1 next year.
They've been trying to squeeze something out of Deshaun since the disaster even started, and then it's only continued. Like I could totally see a scenario where they look at this and say, we don't want to trade for Mac Jones. That's a second-round pick. We don't want to do that. We'll just throw Deshaun out there and let's see how this goes.
I think the problem is this is very much like the Kenny Pickett thing. This is very much like when they played Dylan Gabriel earlier. The problem with hey, let's throw this guy out there and see how it goes is if he stinks immediately, there's really no hope it's going to get better, right?
No, same thing with this year too. But I'm not necessarily convinced that this year or next year they're trying to win a whole bunch of games as is, though, and that's part of the problem.
There's a part of me that just
I hate a lot of what I'm saying in this segment, by the way. I really do.
They have to be too smart, right? They have to be too smart to understand you can't use Deshaun Watson as a bridge quarterback. You just can't. They can't be that. They can't be that arrogant.
They definitely
can't
can.
be. No.
They definitely can. We've seen them be arrogant before. We got to
give them more credit than that. We're giving them no credit.
Give them zero credit.
But they have to give more credit than this. They can't be that filled with hubris and arrogance.
You heard how confident Mary Kay was there, right?
I know, and I trust Mary Kay's reporting on this.
There's more people that think the way not only Mary Kay did right there, but like when Albert popped on with us, a month and a half or so ago, and was like, so who do you guys think is the best quarterback in that room? And then was trying to make the case for Deshaun Watson, but then it was like Joe Flacco was still on the team at that time. She's like, all right, maybe Joe Flacco is better than Deshaun, but outside of that,
I think
there are more people across the NFL that think that way than think the way that me and you think, where I think he's too broke. I think he's too injured, and I think when I meant broke, I mean he's broken as far as his body's concerned, and I just don't think he's very good. But there's not enough people that think like that right now.
I'm open to the possibility that Deshaun will have to legally be on the Browns roster next year. If you go into next training camp with Deshaun as the starting quarterback, presumptive starting quarterback, at some point you are just spitting in the face of Browns fans everywhere. 216-474-0092. You heard what Mary Kay had to say. Watson's practice window might not open up this year, but that he will be here definitively next year. Does it feel inevitable that Deshaun Watson will be here next year, and could he be the starter next year, sitting and waiting for the college football playoffs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
office positions. The brothers will maintain their minority ownership shares within the team. The Kevin Stefanski Show back tonight at 7. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up in about 30 minutes here, we'll get his picks for the week. We do have Thursday Night Football coming up tonight as well. We got the Kevin Stefanski Show coming up as well. A lot to get to in case you missed it in about 40 minutes. But you have made this point as I will say the playoff rankings came out last night to, I think, as little of heralding as I possibly can remember. I feel like the playoff rankings have just not been as...
It was 2 nights ago, yeah.
As noteworthy as they are most years. Well, I don't know if that's because there's just no real discussion at the top. But
I mean, there was some discussion, right? Like people debated, Alabama and what that meant for everything. But it really, I think it becomes so convoluted. And I think it just becomes hard for people to even keep track at the top between the wins, the losses, what actually gets you in and what doesn't.
Well, but I mean, even think like who's number one? Ohio State, Indiana, Texas.
And that's not really. I mean, Texas A&M. That's not
Texas
changing.
A&M, yeah.
Yeah, and that part's not changing.
Well, but even then, like, even if it does, like, if you're an Ohio State fan, if you beat Michigan and then beat Indiana in the Big Ten title game, you're going to be the number one seed, right? Like, there's an element of this where I think the initial, I think two things are at play. One, they've expanded the playoffs to such a point where there's just no credible fear of missing the playoffs.
I think that's
if you're
the
Ohio
big
State.
one. Yeah, I think that's the big one right now.
But then two, it's also, we know that in the end, if you're Ohio State at least, within reason, there's a lot that can go on, and you're just going to be still one of the 5-6 teams at the top of this thing.
I mean, I know Ohio State's had a season. I've watched every Saturday, but it doesn't. And this is not an Ohio State exclusive take, but I thought Pete pointed it out nicely. It's been 5 weeks, and it feels like 5 scrimmages.
Yeah.
They've just been so dominant. And so I don't know.
They've only given up, I think, 75 points this season.
It's wild.
Isn't that a stupid stat?
And so is it just because we're watching a lot of Ohio State? Like, my Saturdays are still built around college football, but there is a part of this that I just, again, I'm just using just interactions with friends, interactions with people that like discussing this type of stuff. It just feels like there's less interest as a whole. And I just feel like it's because the ramp up is there. And the ramp up will get there. I bet the numbers for the playoff are going to be astronomical. I think they're going to be so high. But until we get to that spot, I don't know what to do right now.
So I think it's a lot of things. I also think this is a weird year for college football because there's incredible amounts of parity. Like, yes, there are 5 or 6 true playoff caliber teams, but if you look at like teams 6 or 7 through teams like 30, I don't know that there's that much. Like, just looking at the top 25 right now, I don't know that there's really that much. Take away the records between Oregon, like this Oregon team or this Oklahoma team, and the Missouri team who's 22 right now, or the Tennessee team that's 20th right now. I don't know there's that much. Like, and by the way, Michigan's 8-2. Michigan is not an 8-2 team.
No,
like,
they
that's
don't feel
not
like
that good of a team.
Yeah, they don't feel like it.
So I do think, like, I think because there aren't clear structures that we can look at and be like, well, you don't belong there. You should be up here. I think anything that happens. Okay, so there's not a lot of talk in the top 3. Right?
Yeah.
And then there's just not a lot of discussion once you get from like 6 to 20 because it's like either it's apparent, here's the hard limit, or there's just not much gap between any of these teams.
And the debates, though, for trying to get those final spots aren't nearly as much fun as I think people thought that they would be.
Yeah. Which, again, might be just this year.
Like Alabama, for instance, all these Alabama fans are losing their mind, and it's like, well, you guys were the ones wanting to fire your head coach after like week 3 of the season, and you guys are the ones going to turn around and talk about all these 4 ranked wins you have and how great you are. And also, I think you should be a playoff team, but like there is a spot where it turns into you should be better than a 2-loss team.
Can it just be that there's one blue blood team that's truly elite? And by the way, I think we all are sleeping on Georgia. I think by the end we're going to give Georgia more respect, but like Oh, okay, Ohio State, true blue blood. The next two teams are Indiana and Texas A&M.
And that is hard for people. It's always hard anytime like wrapping your heads around those two teams being number 2 and number 3. That's a hard thing for people,
even beyond that, it's Texas Tech and it's Ole Miss. Those are good schools. They're not blue bloods. Hell, Oregon isn't a blue blood. They spend a butt ton of money. They're still a relative Johnny-come-lately when it comes to the national scene, football-wise, is Oregon.
And so, like, Texas Tech, though, I mean, they bought their way in, you know? Oregon, we've always talked about buying their way in. But, like, some of these teams that are buying their way in, I think that does turn people off. I really do. I think there's a part of the NIL world that has turned some people off. I think there's, even like I mentioned Batiti earlier, that crook. I mean, my goodness. You put a TV exec in charge of a conference? What the hell did you think was going to happen? Of course he's going to be out there trying to get as many teams as he possibly can in there. He looks at this conference, and he looks at college football as one big TV programming event. What do you think was going to happen?
I mean, in fairness, I think they all look like that now.
I mean, but like you put an actual TV exec in charge of this. Like it's not even like you blurred the lines with whether or not you could be a commissioner and whether or not you could actually be in charge of the whole thing and have the best interest of the sport at heart. You put an actual TV exec in charge of it all. What did you think was going to happen? The guy's the biggest charlatan I've ever met.
I think college football fans have said for a long time they like when there's parity in college football, and I think it's always been a lie. I think they like their blue bloods. They like when it's Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Miami, USC, Texas. When those teams are when more of those teams are top 6, 7 teams than not, Alabama, I think that's what people like. And I think that's what this season proves is that because right now, if you just judge by the top 12, the top 15, well, yeah, sure, Ohio State's likely to win, but we could have a non-blue blood champion. I think basically college football this year is called BS on College Football Fan, and I'm one of them who's been like, I like when there's more parity. I'm wrong. No. I also like when Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. I don't think Michigan's a blue blood. They barely exist. But Notre Dame, I think that's better when those are your top 5 teams.
I don't think you're wrong. I think but is that the heart of what this is proving or what this is shaping out to be? Because I find it so fascinating. Like the lack of college football conversations we've had on this station throughout this season is, I mean, it's not startling. I think we do the appropriate number, but we don't do that many in a week.
I think that's just Ohio State dominance. Hey guys. Ohio State, are they really that good? I mean, and honestly, it's kind of the conversation with the Cavs right now. Like, I don't know how anyone's having in-depth 4-segment a show conversations on the Cavs. Like, hey, how much do the struggles matter? 216-474-0092.
Well, why is that? Because
know.
You're counting down to the parts of the season that actually matter for the Cavs. And I think the same thing can be happening here with college football, where we are turning this into college basketball in a way where, because you have so much room for error, there's just not a focus on the loss. And you just, all right, we'll get to the playoff and you can shape it whatever way you want.
Well, but I mean, even within, so I think there's some validity to that. That was one of the big fears when you go to more than 4 teams or more than 8 teams. Are you cheapening the regular season product? There might be some of that here too. I also think, listen, the Big Ten in the SEC are incredibly dominant. They are. That's where, and even then, the difference between the 3rd best team in the SEC and the 8th best team, there's such a, the records might be very similar, but the football play that you see, you're not seeing the ridiculous 60-point blowouts in some of those games, the demonstrative performances. And then you get to the secondary conferences of the group of 5, like the ACC and the Big 12, or the Power 5, and you're like, the ACC stinks. Anybody excited that Georgia Tech is the belle of the ball this year? And even that, the difference between Georgia Tech and Pittsburgh, who they play this weekend, there's a chance Pittsburgh upsets them. Same Big 12, BYU's a badass. Texas Tech is badass, but it's okay. There's just not a lot there this year.
See, but that's what it is, though. And I used to, I'd always find myself seeking out college football content and seeking out different segments here and there. And I just don't see myself doing that. There's a couple people I still listen. I like Joel Klatt, you know that. And so I'll still listen to what he has to say, and I'll still seek out some different avenues to get little convos here and there. But every time I tune in to these different college football segments, it's not like I'm like, whoa. That was awesome. I need more of that. I just don't have that right now.
I think from my standpoint, it is watching Ohio State sleep. And again, I don't think this team's better than last year's team. Ironically, I think this defense somehow might be better than last year's defense. But on the whole, I don't think this team is as deep as last year is. And I don't think this offense, the passing offense is really good, but they don't have a great run game. Like, I think this is the kind of Ohio State team that you'd like to see challenged. And I mean, Penn State completely crapped the bed.
I mean,
you missed
game
all
days,
the big matchups outside of Texas and Washington.
Do game days feel like an obligation as an Ohio State fan?
Yeah, like I'm not like Ohio State Rutgers.
It feels that way to me right now.
And by the way, I think this Rutgers team is actually pretty good. I think they're better than their 5-5 record. But I don't. This is going to be a 25-point win, or at least should be. So like,
it's like great. You take on UCLA without even their starting quarterback.
But I don't.
Great.
So I don't think it's just that Ohio State's been that dominant. It's even, you just mentioned it. By the time they played Penn State was cooked and Franklin was out. By the time they played USC, Nico Iamaleava is done, right? Like, you don't get him in that game. Like, it's been very fortuitous if you're an Ohio State fan, because it's allowed you to go through this completely unchallenged. But even as a Walmart Ohio State fan, which is what I consider myself, yeah, I mean, I could have really used like a Ohio State Oregon this year, or an Ohio State USC, I don't know. But, something of substance.
Something. And so that's what I've been battling with. I'm trying to figure out, is because we come at it with such an Ohio State focus, if they've tampered this down, or if you talk to people that are just diehard college football fans, and I've talked to a few where they feel like the sport is just different at the moment, and it's not different in a good way.
So I definitely think, like with a lot of things, like when baseball had its problems, or any league has its problems, I always think it's more than one thing. I think sometimes we get too cute with it, but do I think it's a confluence of, we've never had more talent in college football because of the extended eligibility, plus the portal, plus the money coming in and upsetting the apple cart, plus expanded playoffs, plus some scheduling quagmires here and there. Like, I think it's kind of all those things where it's like, I'm still enjoying the games when I stumble across a good game, and it's between two equally matched teams, and they happen to be teams I'm interested in. It's great. But like, other than that, yeah, it is. And again, the games are more competitive. That should be the thing. But it doesn't mean it's good football.
No, I'm interested. I want to hear what other people have to say on this, because I feel like it's just I've been living in like a college football fog so far, and I'd like to get out of it. I'm expecting the playoffs to zap me out of it. By the way, like, that is the expectation. I'm expecting, honestly, Indiana Ohio State Big Ten title game.
That's going to get the juices flowing.
That should get there. Yes, it should get there. But I think that's almost. It's almost criminal, the idea that something that used to be awesome every Saturday it's had me looking at it like the college basketball tournament, where I'm just kind of counting down the clock until we get to that spot.
I would also say college football does ebb and flow. It doesn't deliver every single year. That could be another element at play here. 216-474-0092. Are you less interested in college football this year? Part of me just wants to say it's a down year, but it doesn't help that we don't have nearly as many elite coaches, with guys like Saban and Urban going off into the sweet by and by without truly being replaced. A little update. Earlier in the last segment, we talked about the Kelly Iko report that amidst a 4-11 start, LaMelo Ball has grown increasingly frustrated with the organization and is open to a trade.
Yeah.
LaMelo has since quote tweeted that with the clown emoji.
Well, that usually means that he doesn't buy into that.
Yeah, I think he's refuting it.
But the clown emoji tells me there might be a little truth to that.
I was going to say, why not the cap emoji?
Anytime you acknowledge it, as a player like that, anytime you acknowledge
but you got to do the cap
that,
emoji.
Yeah, well, people like the cap emoji. Cap emoji means straight up lying.
People are like, oh, he's lying.
But clown, you can be a clown. You can be a truthful clown, though.
That's true.
Bozo.
He could be like,
Bozo was a truthful clown.
And LaMelo could just like clowns. In fairness, he could just like clowns and want to post that as well.
Clown and toots.
Clown and toots, baby. Can Joe Burrow save the Bengals season? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Cookie Show. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Back on Afternoon Drive. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in just about 20 minutes. We've got the Kevin Stefanski Show coming up at 7, and then Thursday Night Football tonight as well. But about 6 weeks ago, I kind of I started realizing my fantasy football team in our fantasy football league was good but not great.
Okay.
And this was right around the time Joe Burrow got injured. And so I did a long play there, and I took Joe onto my team and I put him on the IR.
Yeah.
I might be getting a little lucky here because it seems like not only is Joe Burrow going to be back for our playoffs, we still have 2 more weeks to go in the regular season. I desperately need a win.
Who's your quarterback?
Baker Mayfield. Yeah, he's been okay. No, he's been okay.
You're going to give up on Baker?
He gives me anywhere from 16 to 22 points a week. The problem is it's usually closer to like 17 or 18 points.
It's been a rough go. He had a good game last weekend, though.
He did, and that was the one time I decided not to have him in the starting lineup.
You benched Baker.
I was going for Joe Flacco.
Some Baker bro you are.
I was going for Joe Flacco. Joe had just put up 30 points.
I'm a little disgusted with you right now.
And I'm a little disgusted with myself. I got my ass kicked. I put 70 points up against Darryl. But Joe Burrow looks like he could play this weekend. Huge implications in our fantasy league. Huge implications,
yeah.
I guess, in the NFL or something.
I don't even know that it has huge implications in the NFL. I love the idea of him potentially coming back because I want to see him play football. Some of the takes out there are wild. I saw somebody on a national platform call him the Anthony Davis of the NFL now. And I mean, we are going
it wasn't
there.
me. I didn't say it to somebody.
It was not. I don't think it was you, at least. But we're definitely going there when it comes to Joe Burrow. The problem that the Bengals have is that it's just
they're not good.
Well, the defense just stinks so much, and there's just no overcoming that. But look at their schedule, Nick. Patriots, Ravens, Bills, Ravens. That is good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
You can beat every one of those teams.
That is good morning, good afternoon,
you can
and
beat
good
every
night.
one of those teams.
As a 3-win team, they have to win out in order to have a whisper of a conversation about them hitting the postseason. Patriots, Ravens, Bills, Ravens.
They're only 3 games back.
That is
from a playoff spot in the AFC.
You're 3 games back
with 7 games
to go.
Yeah. So if you just go 6-1, and everybody, I don't do math, but if everybody else just doesn't go 6-1, you're telling me there's a chance.
Do I need to read the next 4 games for you again?
You're putting too much stock in the Ravens. They're booty cheeks. We saw it this last weekend. The Browns held them close. Come on now.
Are they on a 4-game winning streak now?
Yeah, I don't know. Beat a bunch of bad teams.
Well, their defense,
the New England
their
Patriots.
defense hasn't allowed 20 points in a game in that 4-game stretch.
They played the Browns offense.
And Lamar Jackson is back. He's back cooking.
I didn't see him cooking on Sunday.
No, he looked awful on Sunday.
Cooked.
He did look awful on Sunday.
Getting cooked. I don't see him cooking.
I think he was preserving himself.
I think it's going to be really funny if Joe Burrow comes back, rushes back from this toe injury, and in 7 games they go like 3-4.
I don't even know that he should rush back. I think
he should.
I like the idea
totally
that he is. Yeah, because you know where this is going. He's going to get beat up again like a piñata back there.
Yeah, no, but I need him to put up like 500 yards up a game
for a season that is absolutely spent. I don't know what happens with Joe Burrow in for the next 5 years or so, but I do find it interesting to find out what the Bengals do in the short term. They're not giving up on him. You shouldn't give up on him. He's very, very injured.
I think they should be more worried about him giving up on them than them giving up on him. If that makes sense.
No, it does make sense. I think that is one of the concerns they have. So he just wants a new, fresh start. What team is he looking to go to?
I mean, if you're Joe Burrow, you think anybody would be better than Cincinnati, right?
What teams are doing quarterback swaps We talk couple swaps all the time on this show. What?
We talk about it all the time.
The time, I feel like. Anytime someone says swap, we're bringing up an ABC show from 20 years ago.
I can see him wanting to go to San Francisco and play for Kyle Shanahan.
All right, so wait, let's go through these teams that immediately dumps their quarterback and throws him away to the trash bin and says, we're done with you. We want Joe Burrow instead. As injured as Joe Burrow has been, I agree with you on San Francisco.
Miami.
I agree with you on Miami. I think McDaniel and Burrow that'd be too enticing for him to give up.
Houston. CJ Stroud might be the most.
CJ's had a hard season, but I don't think they do that.
Oh, I think they do it without even thinking about it.
I need more time on that one because it's the type of trade that really can sink a franchise if Joe Burrow is just an injured player.
Ready for it?
If he is Anthony Davis of the NFL, this sinks your franchise.
You're not going to like this one. Philadelphia.
Oh no, I like this one. I'm not as beholden to Jalen Hurts as you are.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I love that take from you. And a swap where Jalen Hurts goes to Cincinnati essentially is what this turns out to be, or Jalen Hurts goes wherever, it doesn't matter, and they end up getting the Eagles is a shakeup that the NFL is. I like chaos. That's chaos of the highest order.
Green Bay.
They don't do it with Jordan Love.
Oh, I think they do.
I don't think they do.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't think they do. I wouldn't. I'll tell you that right now. I wouldn't.
JK, LOL. That's everybody else is an absolute yes.
There's a lot more teams than we can name than not name. All right. Well, I mean,
did I miss any teams there?
No, because you got to thread that right. Thread the needle of needs a quarterback and all. You know what it is? It's the Rams whenever Stafford gives up.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. What about the Ravens? Would the Ravens right now trade Lamar straight up for Joe Burrow?
No.
Why'd you say it like that? That was very... I don't like the way you said that.
I'm sorry. I thought it was an offensive question almost.
Why? Why would it be an offensive question? Lamar hasn't won a damn thing in Baltimore.
Other than 2 MVPs.
Okay, Mr. Coach of the Year.
No, those are real accomplishments. The 2 MVPs are real accomplishments.
So no. That's still voted on.
He just was in the AFC title game.
Okay, if you asked everybody in the NFL, who would you rather have at quarterback, Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson?
But we have to
split.
Well, all right, but we have to put the health concerns into all of this. I think
Lamar also has health concerns.
I know he does, but like the health part of this, the health part of this has to matter. I think it's closer to a wash, and when it becomes closer to a wash, nobody ends up doing it.
216-474-0092.
This is Burrow making the move here.
Yes,
this is Burrow saying, "I'm done with you, Bengals. I need to find something better."
Did he say that exact same way? I'm done with you, Bengals. What murder? He's a great guy.
I'm done with you, Bengals. He doesn't even call anyone up. He just announces it from his house.
Or he
screams off his balcony.
He calls everybody in the organization out in front of Paul Brown Stadium, and he's got a microphone. He goes, "I'm done." It's the opposite of Leo in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Instead of I'm not bleeping leaving, he's like, "I'm bleeping leaving. I'm done with you, Bengals." It's like Bull after a bad season. I'm done with you, Bengals.
You could do a better poll, but that wasn't bad.
I got really nowhere to go.
I do Adam's reaction to Joe Burrow saying he's done with the Bengals.
What are you talking about?
What?
I think that was worse than the last one.
We'll work on it.
Joe's done with the Bengals. I'm done with the Bengals too.
Yeah, it was bad.
All right, did we move in the right direction there?
Yeah, close enough.
Close enough. Yeah, the vote of confidence there. What teams would straight up trade for Joe Burrow? But not the easy ones. The Browns, no duh. But we're talking about like would the Bengals, or rather, would the Bengals and Ravens take part of the fact they play each other twice a season? Would that be an equitable swap there? Lamar for Joe Burrow. Now we're gonna head out to the fan hotline here because it's Thursday at 6:30. It's time for one of our favorite guests.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
And it is time for Cash Love It, Hate It. Right now, Cash, welcome to the show.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing all right. I guess we'll start there. In a potential trade of injury-prone AFC North quarterbacks, who says no in a Joe Burrow for Lamar Jackson trade?
The Ravens immediately. 0% chance they make that trade.
I don't believe you.
All right, what teams do make that trade? Do the Eagles make that trade?
I think the Eagles really might, just because they have the wide receivers that can help Joe Burrow and kind of switch their offense. Like the Ravens' entire offense is built around Lamar Jackson. There's just doesn't make sense.
Do the Texans trade C.J. Stroud for Joe Burrow?
I don't know what C.J.'s contract is. I think as soon as you get into like that realm, the Texans might say no, just because they might be able to get C.J. at a discount.
I hate contract talk. That being said, let's get to your picks, buddy. Bills at Texans. How are we feeling about this one?
It's another Thursday night. Teams got to travel far distance, so there's nothing that we love more than playing unders. This was actually moved from 43.5 to 44.5. The Bills have the 26th ranked rush defense. Oddly enough, the Texans still can't really run the ball, but you got Davis Mills. You're going to continue to try. This clock is going to be running nonstop. Nice and easy under 44.5.
All right, let's go to the college game. What is it that you see in a Hawaii and UNLV?
We see a lot of points and a lot of fun. I wish that UNLV still had the giant slot machine that they could pull after touchdowns, but the NCAA said no fun. But the cool thing is UNLV has literally the worst defense in the Mountain West. They're giving up 264 pass yards a game. Timmy Chang has this team humming like when he was the quarterback there. 302 passing yards a game. They are underdogs. They had a bye week. No worries about traveling to the mainland. Hawaii +3.
All right, now we do have a battle of top 25 teams. Mizzou going on the road at OU. How do you feel about this game?
It is going to be a battle of the defenses. For as much as we've talked about and heard about how great Oklahoma's defense is, Missouri actually has a top 20 rush defense and top 20 pass defense. They have one of the best running backs in the country, arguably the best running back in the SEC. I think he's going to be able to break a couple big plays in Amon Hardy, and Missouri covers that 7.5.
All right, I want
a little bit of upset alert.
Upset alert? Go ahead.
No, just I think Missouri can actually win this game outright. We're going to keep it nice and easy. Just take the 7.5 and enjoy a nice defensive slugfest. AFC North game, if you will.
All right, let me take you to a classic Big Ten matchup. I think Big Ten, I think USC and Oregon. What do we got here?
Yeah, how could you not? I mean, played in the Rose Bowl plenty of times, and, nice West Coast time for our Big Ten matchup. Oregon, I'm going to be leaning on their defense again, as they have the best pass defense in the entire country. Mekhi Lemon, I think, is going to have a little bit of trouble getting open, and Jordan Maeva is going to struggle when he throws that ball up for the receivers to make a great play. Oregon's going to cover the 9.5 as USC in Big Ten play is 2-5 against the spread.
All right, we will get to the big game everybody wants to talk about here on this station, but I guess we'll start with, what are your expectations for Shedeur Sanders in his NFL starting debut on Sunday against the Raiders?
Better than 4 for 16, but maybe not much better, as he had 18 dropbacks in that game and only 20 positive yards. That seems almost impossible. And if we include his last game against the Rams in the preseason, that's 31 dropbacks for -7 yards.
Cash, are you a Shahater or are you a Shaporter?
You don't sound like a Shaporter, I'll tell you that much.
Believe it or not, I'm a Shaporter. I thought he was going to be the perfect quarterback for the Browns and Stefanski, be able to make the quick decisions, get everything going. And I don't know if it's just the receivers or him bringing some of those bad decisions of holding on to the ball too long from college, but I don't see it this week. I think if we give him the rest of the season, it'll all kind of fall into place. But when you're saying I need a lot of things to go right for me to play my absolute best, I just haven't had the reps of throwing to these receivers. So I think we need to give him that, but we're not going to see it this week.
All right. Browns and Raiders, what do you got?
Everything in me wanted to come in and say Browns money line, Browns +4. The Browns have the best unit in this game by far in their defense. But the more I looked into it, first off, we have the biggest stat. rookie quarterbacks for the Browns, 0-17. It's a rough one to get past. Then we have the Browns defense on the road is absolutely atrocious. They are 5-17 against the spread on the road. None of it makes sense. Raiders -4.
All right, Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
See you next week, buddy.
Bye, Cash.
See y'all next week.
Cash. Love it. Hate it.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
I just feel like he kind of said he was a supporter
I didn't
there.
love it. Didn't love it at all. Hated it.
We love Cash.
Yeah, I love Cash, but
Cash?
that was
Love it.
Did not love that lack of confidence there.
Cash supporter, hate it.
Yeah, no, that's not. He's not a supporter.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Sending It In here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Texans host the Bills tonight on Thursday Night Football as a 6-point underdog. I think this is too many points, and I'm back in Houston. We've seen some upsets this year on Thursday night with the Niners over the Rams, Giants over the Eagles, and Bengals over the Steelers. These short weeks tend to favor the home team and good defenses. Give me the Texans plus.
and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Baskin and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Want to say a big thanks to our guests, Emery Hunt, football game plan owner, CEO, and whatnot at 3 o'clock. Great stuff on Shador's first start. Pete Futek, college football news at 4 o'clock today. Great stuff on Ohio State's dominance, the Heisman race for Julian Sayin, and Cash Love It.
Hate it.
He was at 6:30 there. That's very good. Very good, JP. But loved all the picks. The Shador stuff, not so much. That being said, let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with the story around J.J. McCarthy, okay? It's going to be, we got two parts to this story. We're first going to start off with Diana Rossini.
Diana.
She was
Diana,
on.
what are we doing?
She's going on podcast now. Hogan John's, a Bears podcast, and she made this comment about J.J. McCarthy.
The question that we got to start asking, and this is going to get a headline, is J.J. McCarthy going to be a Minnesota Viking quarterback next season?
Wow.
Damn it. I didn't want that reaction.
There's a lot there.
Wow.
This is going to be a headline. She might but it is. We're talking about it. It is. All right, so I'll ask you that then. Is J.J. McCarthy going to be a Viking next year?
Yes, but I don't think he is the far and away starter unless he really looks incredibly different over these final 7 games. He's looked really bad. He was unwatchable on Sunday.
It's been really bad. I do want to know how long that leash is for him. Speaking of leashes, though, J.J. McCarthy got a chance to speak to the media today, and I guess this is what he's focused on right now.
I feel like, for me, I kind of make the analogy of just like, a cork about to come off a bottle. Just understanding that it's, 1 to 3 little things that I need to change about my game that is going to make a huge difference in the outcome of every single drive in the game. So, yeah, I feel like it's really close.
He said he's getting reps even when he's at home taking the dogs out. Like, this 9 thing that he's got going on here, I'm all the way out.
I was out when he mentioned the I'm 9 or whatever the hell he called it. The Bears aren't good defensively. They don't have most of their secondary healthy, and he looked like crap against that. Mm-hmm. And it's always like, I guess it's kind of the Dylan Gabriel thing too. Like, how do you look against air? When you've got a guy that's wide open, all you have to do is just deliver the ball safely.
Yeah.
How do you do it? Are you even looking in that direction? If you make the throw, is it close? JJ had so many instances this weekend where I'm watching him, and he's got a guy, they've schemed a guy clear open, and he just throws a mile over his head. Or he throws it at his feet. It's like Dylan Gabriel if Dylan Gabriel actually had a better arm.
Well, I mean, he's ruining KOC's reputation out in these streets.
That's fine. They should fire him. They should fire Kevin O'Connell.
They're not there yet, obviously.
No, they should fire him.
And then you want to bring him here?
A little Kevin replacing Kevin action.
Didn't we do? We did Kevin swap already, didn't we?
We did Kevin swap.
We did a Kevin swap already.
Yeah.
As we talk couple swap all the time.
And it was all the time. We're always like, this couple swap, this couple swap.
Hey, who brought the pineapple in the studio? I don't know. Who did that? Where did that come from?
Probably somebody from the mornings. Now, that being said, C.D. Lamb would like to...
That Lima character.
C.D. Lamb has pushed back on this report that he got drunk and threw up.
Yeah.
Before the Vegas game, the guy threw up at a casino, and he's offended that people think he can't hold his liquor. And his response when asked about this was, I can hold my liquor. Now, mind you, didn't strike down the fact that he missed curfew. Didn't strike down the fact that him and George Pickens were at the Red Rock Casino having dinner and drinks beforehand, but he just wants you to know he did not throw up.
I think it's admirable.
Isn't CD a little
and
old?
Also seems like something I would really try to do at 22.
He's not 22, though.
No, I know. But me at 22, I would care whether or not people think I can hold my alcohol.
He's 26.
I was going to guess 25. You still kind of care at that age in a weird way.
I think you gotta.
I think people do care at that age still.
I
think
don't know.
I mean, it's a Mac. Do you care at this point? You're like what, 29 years old?
Yeah.
Do you care if people think that you're a lightweight out in the alcoholic streets?
No, I figure that's what the expectation is from people for me.
That you would throw up?
Are you a lightweight?
I don't really drink all that often, so yeah, I would say so.
Well, that doesn't. I know people like I barely drink. It takes me a bit to get drunk.
So like two beers and you're done.
Yeah, I know my limits.
That sounds inexpensive.
Ladies, he's single that we know of.
Like one strong cocktail, and you're like, oh boy, I'm feeling it.
No, I mean I might have like one or two if I go out.
You have like a Zima or two. Maybe a Mike's Hard.
I'm not breaking out the electrolytes, but
Yeah,
no, I mean
Mike's
I'll have
Hard
one or
kind
two.
of guy.
I like where Zima's now, where you take offense in this whole entire interaction. Zima, you're like, now that crosses a line.
Yeah, if I get more than one seltzer in me, I'm useless the rest of the night.
Wow, I didn't know this about you. I didn't know you're somebody that really couldn't hold your alcohol that way.
I mean, I can, but again, it's just I don't push the limits all that much.
See? Nobody wants to be perceived as somebody that can't hold their alcohol. See, the insistence right there? I'm like, well, I can.
I think he just flip-flopped on his own ability to hold beer. Right? Or here to hold alcohol.
Like it. But there's something about guys. I don't know what this is, but we do. We have this almost desire to be like, no, I can handle my booze. I can handle my liquor. And so for somebody like CD Lamb that probably, I don't know if he can or can't, but I would imagine he's pretty good at it.
There was definitely a time.
You're drinking out in Vegas before games. I would imagine you're pretty good at it.
There's definitely there was a time in my life where the most dangerous thing that you could tell me was, I don't think you can drink that much.
And then you drink it because you try to prove to the person that you could.
Well, the problem was
we'd all fall for that.
I didn't stop drinking. I just kept going.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't just win the argument. I then doubled back on the argument and won it so convincingly that then we got out of control.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine, his name Dan Bedell. He had his party trick used to be he could chug a fifth of Jack Daniels, and he would open it in front of you, and then he just chug the whole entire thing, and then that was like game over when it came to that conversation.
Yep.
You just never brought up the idea that man couldn't drink at all. You're just like, okay, he takes it a little too far, guys.
May have in my BG days had multiple challenges of, hey, bet you can't drink this entire bottle in one gulp, a la John Belushi in Animal House. I won a few of those challenges. But in fairness, I might have won the money. I didn't really win.
Oh, you won money off of it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
There's one time, actually, it was... So
Dan just did it because he thought it was a fun thing to do.
I actually did a double... I had to, stop for a second, and then I kept going, and because it was early times, and because even though I had stopped after one, and I needed a second to... But, because I basically just took a breath and then kept going, the person was like, you can have the $100. And I realized now...
Bet. Wow.
I realized now, I think it was pity. I think pity is what that was about.
I would imagine you just got so drunk you didn't even have to pay off the bet then is what I would look like. I'd be like, you just got hammered.
Well, let me put it this way. That night started with that. There were other things that happened, and I woke up 2 days later with my pants on backwards.
At least you had them on.
Yeah, I did. I think that was the real win.
That's the silver lining there. Bill Simmons proclaims the Columbus Blue Jackets the most irrelevant franchise in professional sports. Is this the right read?
No. Find me any MLS team, and they're more irrelevant than the Blue Jackets.
Yeah, he said professional sports. He didn't just mean the Big Four, did he?
Nope. Michael Jordan's NASCAR team, more irrelevant. Any NASCAR team, really.
Is that Bubba Wallace? Is that who? I think that's who that is.
I was just any. I
know
NASCAR
Michael Jordan's.
Team.
He's got like a fishing expedition that he does. He puts a lot of money into that.
I just think Bill's talking out his hoo-ha, and that's fine.
Out of the four major sports, what's the most irrelevant franchise? It's got to be a hockey team. We're all resigned to that, I would imagine. All right,
the
scratch
Blue
hockey.
Jackets definitely.
Scratch hockey for a second.
Three?
Let's go the big three. Let's go baseball, basketball, football. What's the most irrelevant franchise of the three?
Probably either the Pelicans or the Hornets.
I instantly thought Pirates.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's close. That's right there. The only NFL one I can think of is the Titans. Because, the Titans.
It really is amazing. They really just stink.
They're just awful.
Yeah,
just
it's
awful.
a terrible franchise.
And I don't know that they're good people either. That being said, Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, guys, if you missed any of today's show, you can go back and watch the full video on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. That's a full 5 hours of Nick and Jonathan, if you think you can do it. And also, big thanks to Meredith Kane and Matt Corelli. Oh, the big cheese there on the 22. Jonathan, lovely show today, friend.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
It's a Football Friday, NFL Friday. We'll see you there.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Week 12 kicks off tonight in the NFL with the Buffalo Bills going to Houston.